Dark Kin.
Ah, the Dark Kin indeed. Well, more or less, not as much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Scardcast. I'm Skari, your grateful host, and this is another live Codex review. Today we'll be looking at the Eldari Codex, brand new from Games Workshop. Big, massive codex, full of rules and cool stuff for you to use in your games of Warhammer 40,000. Huge shout out to Games Workshop for sending me a free copy to review, and I'm very excited to go through this book. This is a page-by-page review of the book, except for Crusade or the lore. We don't really touch on that. But we're going to talk about rules. We're going to interact with the chat because it is a live stream. So if you have any questions and you are wanting to know about this faction from someone who loves the faction, that's me. That's right. I love everything pointy and pointy ears and whatnot. Then this is the video for you. And you might learn something. I don't... so it's going to be me talking, the Light King indeed, says Travis. That is exactly how this works. But hello, welcome. If you're tuning in from somewhere, let me know with a chat or with a comment down below where you're watching from. Thank you so much. Let's dive in to what is one of the coolest codexes I've played with in a while. Now, I didn't do a live stream like on the day of preview or pre-release or pre-order. So this book is available for pre-order. You can go to the GW site, go to your local game store and get it. If you're a fan of elves in space, then this is the book for you. And I come to you with a few games under my belt. So any of the comments or thought process that I might have about some of the combos or stratagems or things like that is from a point of limited experience, which means I've actually put models on the table and I've played with these rules before I even came to you with this information. So I would know more than somebody who hasn't put the models on the table. Just saying. Let's dive in. First and foremost, it looks awesome. And I love the fact that they've kind of like made each of the codexes very unique in terms of what it is and stuff. Like the lore itself, the pictures they put up and stuff, like the little graphics and whatnot, it's kind of neat. Other than that, it's a massive book. It's 8 pages less than the Space Marine Codex. And what they've done is they've essentially taken 3 factions and crammed them into one book, which I think is a smart play from Games Workshop personally, simply because, to be honest, you know, it's one of those things where, like, in Drukhari you have, or with the Drukhari Codex, what they did is they did the Cabalites, the Witch Cult, and the Coven all in sort of like a single unified codex. And they've done the same with the now Eldari Codex. It's not the Crafthold Eldar book, it's not the Azuriani book. It is the Eldari, encompassing the Azuriani, which is the Craftworld, encompassing the Sedath, or the Harlequin, is essentially the players, the caster players and Harlequins. Corsairs are in here as well, to a limited capacity. And, of course, you have access to the Ynnari, which is, you know, the Reborn, and all of the God of the Dead and all that stuff. Of course, some cool fluff on all the different craft worlds, different sort of like pirates and corsairs. The Avatar Kane got a glow up, looks fantastic as a collector and things. Like, some of these models have been around for a very, very long time. And if you're brand new to Eldar, every time an Eldar Codex gets released, it sort of shakes up the status quo in the current meta. As it stands right now, just to date this video, if you're watching this down the line, Custodes and Tau are like at the peak of their like crushing people's souls peak. And Eldar tend to come in and sort of shake up everything, and I think I can't wait to see Eldar go to town on some of these, you know, nastier lists like Custodes and whatnot. And that's my hope. I hope Eldar are just better than Drukhari ever were, just to draw the attention away from the Dark Kin, and then going from there. But yeah, you've got all the Harlequins. I am sad that a lot of these Harlequin masks and stuff are no more. It's like you just have 3 different types of Harlequin troops, keeping it very simple. The Incarn, Ivrain, the Vizark, and of course the Corsairs, which are going to be arriving in the form of a Kill Team box set, which I'm really excited about. But Corsairs have always been a very iconic part of the Eldari in general, and it's cool that you finally get some really neat rules for them. And as a Drukhari player, I like this release just because I get to use some of those as Drukhari, which, you know, you can't wait for. Now, something I was surprised about this, a little bit of a WTF moment, is they redid these guys over here, the Dark Reapers and Malgan Ra. They had early done Jane Zarin and Howling Banshees, which are brand new miniatures, brand new models, excellent, cool looking line. And then you've got all the old stuff is still old. So old Swooping Hawks, old Fire Dragons, old Striking Scorpions, and of course they redid the Shining Spears. But there are no pictures of like new Fire Dragons or new Striking Scorpions, and that made me sad. That means they're still Finecast right now, and I'm sad about that because I don't want them to be. I want them to be new. I want them to be plastic and easy to like collect and build and paint. However, these are, I'm assuming, all plastic. All the Corsairs, the pirates. Oh, now that's cool. These models look fantastic. Fantastic. We'll get to their rules, but I like their rules as well and the implications of what pirates will do. Needless to say, I'm currently trying to fit a squad of 10 in my Drukhari list with all the gubbins. Like, the artwork's fantastic. Okay, let's dive into the rules, shall we? Brand says, I hope I didn't miss any comments on Samhain. By the way, if I mispronounce anything in this video, my apologies. Some of these words are really weird, and I will pronounce them a certain way. If you feel I pronounce them the incorrect way, please correct me in the comments. Combat Patrol, Wraith Lord, a couple of jet bikes, and a Farseer and some Guardians. It's a decent Combat Patrol box. Okay, let's get into the detachment abilities. So an Azuriani detachment is one that includes models with the Azuriani keyword, excluding models with unaligned keyword, so in case you have any unaligned stuff. Azuriani detachment gain the Leaders of the Warhost ability, which is, and they get Crafthold attributes in a Crafthold detachment, sure. Crafthold units in an Azuriani detachment, which means you can mix them with Harlequins and stuff. Gain objectives secured for troops, and you can only have one autarch model in each Azuriani detachment. So you can't have multiple autarchs. Makes sense. That's a rule that we've been seeing is about the same for pretty much all codexes, where it comes to one Crisis Suit Lord or one Captain Commander, or sorry, the Shield Captain, or whatever it is. Heiko says, good morning. Good morning, Heiko. Iron Legend says, I want to play some clowns in Thick City. For anybody who doesn't know, Thick City is a bunch of Talos and Grotesque, but also, I'm assuming you mean Wraiths. Is that what you mean here? If your army is Battleforged with the Traveling Players rule, one Harlequin's patrol detachment in your army can have this ability. So you can have one patrol of Harlequins. This means that you can, for example, include a Harlequin's patrol as part of an Azuriani or Drukhari army. Harlequins within such detachment do not count when determining your army faction, or if determining if every model in your army has a certain rule for being all of the same detachment. So this means that you can add a patrol of Harlequins in a Crafthold army without losing any of your Crafthold attributes, or without losing the Strands of Fate ability, which is only unlocked if every model in your army is Azuriani. If you have a patrol of Harlequins, you don't lose that ability. Same with Drukhari. Drukhari's Power from Pain ability comes from having every model in your army having the Drukhari keyword. If you take a patrol of Harlequins, it doesn't take away from that rule, which means it has opened a whole new avenue to mix Harlequins within your Eldari list, which is something we normally did as Eldari players anyway, but it just means we can continue to do it without it breaking any of our special rules. And then, of course, it gives us access to some really cool tactical options for match play, especially where you can use Harlequins to fill some of the gaps that you might have within your Battleforged army as well. Josue Arriola, can a Laytok use Guardians as well? Yes, I'm pretty sure you can take any troops in an Azuriani list. So let me go into the Craftholds. So the Craftholds, if your army is Battleforged, Crafthold units in a detachment gain access to the following rules, provided all Crafthold units are from the same Crafthold. Of course, in match play in the Necromunda book, you can only take, the same Crafthold units unless it's a special character, for example. Note that purposes of these Crafthold worlds, Ynnari are treated as a craft world, and the Ynnari keyword is considered to be a replacement for the craft world keyword. So you're looking at craft world stuff in this case. All Crafthold units, excluding the Avatar of Cain and the Crafthold, will gain a attribute. So Cain doesn't get an attribute. I'm pretty sure the Phoenix Lords do not gain attributes either. Warlord Traits. Each Crafthold has an associated Warlord Trait. If a character model gains a Warlord Trait, they can have the relevant Crafthold Warlord Trait instead of a Warlord Trait from page 119. This means if you use a stratagem to buy a Warlord Trait, you can buy one of the specific Warlord Traits as well, which is kind of cool. Are we going to hear your first impressions on an Ynnari list? Sure, I can give you my thoughts. 100%. I don't have any practice with Ynnari as of now. However, I practiced with a couple of Uthway lists, which I'm really enjoying. And we'll get to it in a bit, but I'll tell you kind of what my thought process is. At the end of the video, I'll kind of give you like an idea of what I ran. And I'll say that it's a mix of units. It's nothing like overly what people would call quote-unquote competitive, but in practice, it has allowed me to play the mission really well in match play missions, and I feel like I have a lot of tools, and then I can fine-tune it from there. Using my, like the 20 games to perfection series, like whenever there's a new book or a new codex, or I'm looking to build a new army list, I like to play 20 games while I develop a list concept, without changing the list too much. Like, I'll tweak it every 4 or 5 games, but the whole point is to get comfortable with a list concept and then see the results that way. Monte says, I'm glad I saw this notification. Awesome. Well, thank you for joining in and hanging out with us today. I know it's Sunday night, so wherever you are in the world, thank you for watching. I really appreciate you coming by to say hello. Each Crafthold has an associated stratagem. If your army includes a Crafthold detachment, then you will gain access to the relevant Crafthold stratagem. And each Crafthold has an associated treasure of the Eldari Relic. If your army is led by a Crafthold Warlord, you can, when mustering your army, give the relevant Crafthold Relic to a Crafthold character model from your army instead of giving the relic. So named characters such as Eldrad cannot be given any treasures of the Eldari Relics. So, of course, characters can't have relics, or special characters can't have relics. That's a normal thing, but it's a very specific thing. A Warlord has to be from that Crafthold to get access to the specific relic from that Crafthold, which I'm glad they've kind of spelled out. You can't just buy that relic and have like a non-Crafthold Warlord to get that relic. Of course, with relics, like normal, you have to have a weapon that it replaces if it replaces a weapon, or an item if it replaces that item. So let's dive into the Craftholds themselves. So Uthway is the main one. It has 4 things that it does for you, which I really like. Number 1, when you select to shoot a fight, you can reroll wound roll. So reroll 1 wound roll per unit. That's pretty straightforward. I found that to be very useful in the games I played. Every time you take a psychic test for a psyker, every time the first psychic test for each psyker model is taken, you get +1 to that test. So if your Farseer has 3 powers or whatever, the first one they take, +1 to cost. That actually makes your psychic phase really reliable, surprisingly. Combining it with the fate dice, it's almost impossible to fail powers, which is crazy. The models with this attribute have a 6-up invulnerable save, incredibly useful on tanks, especially with fate dice mechanic. And then each time a model would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, on a 5+, the wound is not lost. So As an attribute, Uthway get 4 things. That is a lot of stuff to get for it, like a Crafthold. It's almost too good because, like, when you look at I get everything I want. I get mortal wound protection. I get a reroll wound roll, so I'm saving CP for like high damage weapons or whatever, just weapons in general. I get added bonus to my psychic test, and as an Eldar army, I'm usually going to take psychers to support my army, and I you know, and I have an invulnerable save, which means that even if you're like crazy AP and stuff, I have a chance to survive. And then added with fate dice, like every once in a while you get like a crazy like 6 or whatever, and you're like, oh, my tank just survived your crazy last cannon shot. Unless, of course, it's a railgun, in which case I hope you're Wave Serpent, because then you're Transhuman Physiology Wave Serpent, which is a whole other story, which we'll talk about soon. Hey, Yoon, how's it going? And hello, Draco Winges say, good thing to watch while having dinner. Excellent. Having dinner is always a good idea. I had dinner before the stream, because I know it's probably going to be a good 4 hours. It's going to be a long stream. We're going to be here chatting and talking, so I hope you're painting at home or what, like eating or whatever it is you're doing. Okay. The Warlord trait for Uthway is Fate Reader. So Strands of Fate, we'll get to that mechanic in a bit. It's an incredibly fun mechanic, very iconic, very powerful mechanic. If the Warlord is on the battlefield, you can retain an additional dice, which is awesome. So normally you retain 4 dice in a Strike Force mission, where you roll 6 dice and keep 4. With this Warlord trait, you roll 6 dice and keep 5, which is amazing. Relic is the Ghost Helm of Ali Shazia, which is an Uthway Psyker, can be given to any Psyker, not just a Farseer. The Baron knows an additional power from the Runes of Fortune, so that's really good. And each time a Psychic test is taken for the bearer, an unmodified 9+, the power or Psychic action cannot be denied. Incredibly powerful, great to be given to someone like a Farseer that you just want to do for Psychic actions, and then you can spend a Psychic, like give them this to do Psychic actions, hope to get 9+ to have them be undeniable, and then you can also give them an additional power from the Runes of Fortune, and then, for example, use the Stratagem to cast an additional power or whatever, unless it's a different thing. Anyway, very useful relic. Very, very useful relic. Then we have Discipline of the Black Guardians. It's 1 CP for a Guardian unit to shoot or fight. They get +1 hit. Incredibly good. My 20 Guardians, I've been running a block of 20 of them, and they have come down and they shred everything. They just shoot whatever you want and kill it with a combination of Doom. Don't even need Guide. You just need Doom, Discipline of the Black Guardians, and then they either have to be on an objective to basically reroll 1s, or use a stratagem to give them reroll 1s, and then exploding shuriken hits on 6s. And that combination has been stupidly powerful. And, like, crazy, crazy powerful. Green Blood Crusade says, good sir, I'm so glad to catch you. 1, not to be 2 a.m. Yeah, it's not 5 a.m. in the morning. We're just hanging out, reading a new codex. Josie Wales, thanks for putting up your thoughts for free, Skari. Yeah, no worries. While the book may be good, do you think you can really contend with Town Custodes? I think so. I think that Webway Gate will get most people. Like, that Webway Gate is the equalizer, I'll tell you right now. Tyler Jameson, perfect material to watch while building. Thanks, Skari. No problem. Thank you for watching, Tyler. Yoon, so does that Relic Ghost Helm replace a Ghost Helm? If so, can you get Perils of the Warp? It does not replace a Ghost Helm. It's just, you just get these rules. It doesn't say, like, model with a Ghost Helm only. No, it's just the Ghost Helm of that. It's just a fancy Ghost Helm. You still have your ability Ghost Helm, so you can ignore your Perils of the Warp, which has come up more often than not, I tell you. Like, there was one game that I played recently where I kid you not, I did 4 powers in a single Psychic phase, and all of them were Perils on double 6s because of Fate dice. And I ignored all of them, and it was amazing. Okay, so next Crafthold. A Laytok. That one was probably the terror of 8th edition, I want to say, with all the minuses to hit and stuff. Let's see how they fare. Now, their attribute gets 3 things. It's called Field Craft. Each time an attack is made against this unit, a unit with this ability, if the attacker is more than 12, they get the benefits of light cover. So count as being in light cover outside of 12. Okay, pretty handy. Each time a ranged attack is made against an infantry or biker unit with this attribute that is entirely on or within a terrain feature, if the attacker is more than 12 away, then they have the benefits of dense cover. So as long as you're infantry or biker, and you're in or like benefiting from light cover in a terrain feature, and they're more than 12, then you would get light cover and then be -1 to hit. So, cool. Okay. You can ignore any or all modifiers to your move characteristic for infantry with this attribute, and you can ignore any or all modifiers to advance rolls made for such units. Cool. You know, that's pretty cool, depending on how that's worded. You know, it's good. You don't get slowed down by terrain, which is really neat, and advance rolls, you just can auto like advance really fast and things like that, which is good. There's some abilities out there that halve your advance rolls or halve your move characteristic or whatever. Like, they would just always move fast no matter what happens and stuff. Dranzel says, wear 2 hats at once, and they say their heads aren't big. Well, Eldar are very full of themselves, so the fact that they have giant, astronomically large heads does not surprise me. Their Warlord trait is Master of Ambush. So in your command phase, you can select a Latok infantry core unit within 9. Then at the end of the turn, if that unit is performing an action, they can still shoot with ranged weapons. Okay, that's kind of neat. I guess it's pretty fancy if you've got like rangers sitting on the back doing like some sort of action or whatever. Fine, fair enough. At the start of the first battle round, before the first turn begins, if this Warlord is on the battlefield, you can select one other friendly Latok Ranger unit on the battlefield. So, on the battlefield. Remove that unit from the battlefield, set up anywhere on the battlefield, more than 9 away from the enemy deployment zone, and any enemy models. If both players have abilities to redeploy, roll. That can be really useful if you've got a big unit of 10 Rangers or something. And then you can like redeploy them to get line of sight to that character that your opponent was hiding if you like roll to go first and go. Something I've been really enjoying is using a lot of the forward deploy with Eldar. So you've got Striking Scorpions and Woolwalkers and Karandras, and you can like put a bunch of stuff up in your opponent's face, and if you don't go first, you use Phantasm to just put them into the webway or deploy them behind line of sight blocking to stop your opponent from killing them. If you go first, you can Alpha Strike with them. You could combine something like that with Master of Ambush to then get an additional layer of like crazy, and to get really high pressure on your opponent early on in the game. Then we have the Relic, the Swift Shroud of Alan Sair, which is an Latok infantry model only, and while they're receiving the benefits of cover, they cannot be selected as a target of a range attack unless they are the closest eligible target for that attack, and the attacking model is within 12. That can be really handy and really annoying against, you know, enemy units that just rely on shooting or have lots of out-of-line of sight shooting, stuff like that. Being able to put a character, like a Warlock, for example, on an objective in the backfield, and your opponent can't shoot them unless they get close, can be game-winning. Like, that Relic is a really good Relic. Now, is it worth just taking a Latok for that Relic? You be the judge of that, really. The time-honored tradition of Eldar, says Travis, where the one with the biggest hat is in charge. That's why Eldrad has the biggest hat, and staff and sword. He's like, look at me. I am special. And then the Latok stratagems called Pathfinder Ambush. So you in the stratagem, in the reinforcement step, after an enemy unit has been set up on the battlefield, in the reinforcement step. So like when your opponent's bringing in reserves, you can pick a unit of Rangers from your army and either on the battlefield or in strategic reserve. If it's in reserve, you can like counter deploy, so put them within 18 inches of the unit that just deployed, and more than 9 inches from enemy models, and then that Ranger unit can shoot as it for your shooting phase, but they can only target the enemy unit that was set up on the battlefield if it's an eligible target. So that one is a very technical stratagem, and I like it, mainly because your opponent can go, I'm going to deploy my character first, or my unit, and then you could go, I'm going to, like, say, Genes to the Cult, right? They bring in a unit of 5 little dudes to, like, within 3 inches of your models to be like, haha, I'm going to take this objective away from you, and you're like, my big unit of 10 Rangers that's sitting in reserve is going to counter ambush your ambush and shoot you and hopefully kill you. Or, I'm going to bring in a big nasty unit of close combat, Sisters Repentia, or whatever, in strategic reserve, and then you go, haha, I'm going to bring in my Rangers and counter your Rangers and shoot you, and then if you charge me, good thing I have a Gloom thingy to, like, lower your charge rate, and I'm in a forest, or whatever it is. Like, you can, there's some really cool shenanigan combos with this, specifically, that you can do, and I love reactionary stuff like that. It's very Eldar. Now, is it the most powerful stratagem? Probably not. Are Rangers the best unit? No, they're not the best unit in the game. Okay? It's just like polishing poop, right? You make a, polish a turd or whatever they say. Yeah, sure. It just makes them more useful. But, like, in the depths of, like, a game of Warhammer, like, things like this can really throw a wrench in your opponent's plans if they have this, like, calculated plan. And you're like, I got something to mess you up. Like, today, I played a game where I had my 20 Guardians pop out of the webway, and they're like, haha, we're going to shred some stuff with our new shuriken. A little Gloctopus, the Hexmark Destroyer, or whatever, from the Necrons, pops out and kills 12 of them. It's like, pop, 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 pop. It's like, nukes 12 of them. So my 20-man unit went down to like 8 in a single shooting phase. And that was like a counter deploy. So this is that sort of thing. Probably not as powerful as the Gloctopus, though. Ooh, I see a lot of back and forth. Surely the true master of the web can answer Scorpions or Banshees where the true power is. True. Alaytok is the big loser, says Monte, of No More Soup. Illic, an Autarch, and 3 Rangers would have been a beautiful supplement. Sure. At the same time, like, the core of the army is going to be, like, some of the like, aspect warriors is, like, a core supported by other stuff. And I still am using my Rangers. I love the forward deploy. I love how cheap they are, right? Like, it's not a bad choice to take. If you roll to wound in your Strands of Fate, Rangers are really good. Yeah, turning a wound roll into 6 and going, oh, look, I just got a couple of mortal wounds instantly from my Ranger shooting at you, so take wounds and take mortals, because they're 6s. Yeah, that's a great point, Yoon, as well. Like, those Strands of Fate can, like, turn the tide in those key situations or moments. Okay, then we have Bieltan. So they're mainly aspect warrior heavy, so let's see, like, lore-wise, let's see what rules they give them. They get 2 things. So as we can see, Uthway got 4 things for their attribute. Alaytok got 3 things. Bieltan gets 2 things. So every time a unit with this attribute advances, or makes a battle-focused move, treat a roll of a 1-2 as a 3. So they can minimum move 3 with battle focus. Okay, fair enough. Each time a unit with this attribute is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll a hit roll. So the other is the opposite of Uthway. Uthway is a reroll wound roll. Bieltan is a reroll hit roll. Sure. I think reroll wound rolls are overall more powerful, but that is, just what I think. Then again, I use Cabal the Black Heart, so I'm rerolling 1 hit roll on everything, and with Dark Lances, it's pretty handy, right? Their Warlord trait is Natural Leader. So in your command phase, you select a friendly Bieltan core unit within 6, and then until the end of the turn, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can reroll hit rolls. AKA what we like to call in Warhammer 40,000 as Chapter Master rerolls, which is you can just reroll everything, like reroll your hit rolls. That can be really useful considering there's a lot of core stuff in the book, and of course you can use it in close combat or in shooting. So it's a very versatile way. There's a guide as a psychic power you can use to give that same buff, basically. So you could have a warlord doing that to a unit automatically, and then another power doing it to another, and then you can have 2 units that have full rerolls to hit, which I don't have to tell you how powerful just rerolling is in general. Yes, the battle focus through area terrain is -3 inches. So this would mean that, you could still stay still. There is a stratagem to auto move 6, which I think if you if you really need to battle focus something, you're going to use that stratagem anyway, just to make sure it happens. Then we have the Relic, the Spirit Stone of Anathlan. Anathlan. So it's a Bieltan Psyker model only. They know 1 additional power from their chosen discipline, which, if you do it to a Farseer, can be one of any power that they pick. I love that. Farseers can now just pick psychic powers from any tree that they have access to. If it's a, if it's a Spirit Seer or a Warlock, you can kind of do the same thing. And once per psychic phase, you can reroll 1 psychic test taken for the bearer. This is really useful, especially if you're trying to make sure that you can cast your powers effectively. Then we have the Wrath of the Shrines. It's 1 command point as their stratagem. Use it in your shooting or fight phase. When an aspect warrior unit that's Bieltan from your army is selected to shoot or fight, until the end of the phase, every time a model in that unit makes an attack, an unmodified hit roll of a 6 scores an additional hit. This works really nicely with like Blade Storm, which is a shuriken one, so every 6 is an additional hit. You can combine it with Wrath of the Shrine, say on like Dire Avengers, and then you'd get 2 extra hits on 6s to hit. So every 6 would be 3 hits. It's like Tesla hits with shuriken weapons. In close combat, it would work really nicely with striking scorpions, for example, where every 6 to hit gives them an additional hit as well. And then, of course, they can get an additional hit with this too. However, with Wrath of the Shrines, they would actually get the ability to do mortal wounds with those extra hits, whereas the other extra hits wouldn't because they're specifically, nevertheless, or something like that. Just saw Stacks says, just saw the mini Wargaming new Codex Eldar bat rep was surprisingly a good matchup. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I feel like you can play this Codex up and you can play it down depending on what you want to achieve, right? With your friends. I think it can be very competitive, very hard hitting, but like every Eldar stuff that they've ever released on Games Workshop, they're only toughness 3 models unless you play Wraiths. So they kill stuff, and then they usually die in return. So it's all about those trades. It's very much a trade game. And of course, if you have enough chain swords, you'll be fine. Mark my words. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to chain swords and bolt pistols. Then we have Yndari. So traditionally, the yellow and blue, which are like the Wraith constructs, so Wraith Lords, Wraith Blades. Now you can use these units in any Eldar army, not just Yndari, but iconically they're supposed to be mostly dead. Their attribute is they get 2 things for their attribute. Every time a combat attrition test is taken for a unit, you add 1 to combat attrition, so they'll never really lose very many people to attrition. Works great if you have large blocks of guardians, sure. Each time an attack is allocated to a model with this attribute, if that attack has an AP or armor penetration characteristic of -1 or -2, you worsen the AP of that attack by 1. So AP becomes AP1, AP1 becomes AP0. Sure, that can be really handy, especially for Guardians against small armed fire, especially for like Aspect Warriors and stuff with like 1 wound. For the big guys, you're normally going to be running axes and shields. They're going to have an invulnerable save, so the AP is less of an issue. But it's good it's like a cool thing to have, potentially. Really feels like Yndari and Uthway durability buffs should be swapped. Yeah, that's true. Like, then again, like, Uthway has some crazy good durability buffs. Yndari, sure. It seems like they're pushing more towards that Uthway, like, playstyle, like Psykers and Fate Dice and Eldrad, fancy Eldrad, because he's, like, an iconic character. So you can see how it's like a very central sort of like craft world. I have recently repainted my Eldar army, says Yoon. They are now Yndari. Nice. The Warlord trait for them is Enduring Resolve. Each time the Warlord would lose a wound, they get a 5-up Ignore Wounds save. Cool. Citronome of Yndari. A Yndari model only. In your command phase, you can select 1 friendly Spirit Host unit within 9 inches of the bearer, and until the end of the start of your next command phase, you add +1 to attacks of models in that unit, and if that unit is a Wraith Guard unit, it gains the Battle Focus ability. So you can pick a Wraith Blade unit, essentially you get +1 attack. Cool. And if it's Wraith Guard, they get +1 attack, and they also get the battle focus ability so they can shoot and then potentially move after shooting, which could be really handy in a pinch. I don't think you're going to be seeing very many Wraith Guard units, but even just giving a big unit of Wraith Blades plus 1 attack, like, Wraith Blades with swords get 5 attacks each, and the ones with the axes get 1 attack, like 3 attacks each. Like, that's a lot of attacks. They kill things dead. I was having a lot of fun with the Wraith Blades so far that I've been playing with. Very strong unit, very durable unit. I think they'll be a key element of like the hard-hitting power of an Eldar list. Their stratagem is Guided Wraith Sight. So use it in your shooting phase or fight phase for 1 CP. Select a Spirit Seer model from your army and 1 friendly Spirit Host unit. Until the end of the phase, that Spirit Host unit is considered to be within range of that Spirit Seer's Spirit Mark, which is reroll 1s to wound. So, reroll 1s to wound. Spirit Seers give out a 6-inch bubble of reroll 1s to wound. They're like a lieutenant. So you can definitely just for 1 CP give it to a Spirit Host, which I think is useful. Just being able to give them reroll 1s to wound somewhere is excellent. Just helps you just in general. And it's a very handy like force multiplier. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it changes the math, and that's super important. Then we have Samhain, Samhain, and this is the last of the named Craftholds. They get 2 abilities for their attribute. So you can reroll charge rolls made for units with each attribute. Cool. Always good to do that. And units with this attribute can charge in a turn in which they fell back. Anybody who's ever been stuck in close combat wishing they could just fall back and charge without using command points, this is the host for you. Their Warlord trait is the Wild Rider Chieftain. You get +1 to the attacks of the Warlord. The Warlord can heroically intervene within 6 inches instead of 3. And they can move up to 6, basically. So, 6-inch heroic, +1 attacks. And, of course, you can potentially give them the special bike Relic, where they get objective secured, which is really cool. And I think they move 20 instead. Like, they're super fast on a bike and they're objective secured. So you can run around being annoying with an Autarch on a jet bike or a Farseer or whatever. They have a relic called the Talisman of Tionchar, which is each time the bear makes a melee attack, if they charge or heroically intervened, they get +1 strength and damage to that attack and +1 AP. So extra AP, extra damage, and extra strength on their weapon. So you just have like a regular power sword turn into 2 strength or whatever, or 2 damage when you charge in. Or you could have a Farseer on a jet bike with their blade basically turning to 3 damage, like, you know, Wraith Sword or Wraith like Staff or whatever it is, or Wraith Spear. Like, that's pretty neat, right? And then for 1 CP, you have Warriors of the Raging Winds. Use it at the start of your charge phase. Select the biker unit. They can charge even if it advanced. And you're probably going to take Samhain if you want to do this with, like, Shining Spears. Because then you can advance the Shining Spears really far up the table, spend a CP, they can charge into something. It means nothing is safe. So if you like speed, shock ability, that sort of thing, Samhain is probably going to be the one for you. If it's something you like to just keep maneuvering, you know, re-roll those charge rolls so you don't fail those charge rolls and you don't have to use CP for stuff like that. And of course, advancing and charging bikes so you can hide them and then run them up the board and charge something that your opponent didn't think you could hit, which is like 30 inches away, right? Or something crazy. Hi, Matthias. Banshees, for example, yes. You know, Banshees are fun. Sounds like the Necron Dynasties, but better, says EG. Well, you know, it's, you know, new codexes. We're not here to compare codexes. I'm just here to tell you about the Eldar ones. Yeah, Banshees would be really good with a reroll charge roll. Yeah, 100%. Then you come to Far-Flung Craftholds. Now, these are, of course, your custom-built Crafthold lists. If your Crafthold does not have a Crafthold attribute, so if you build your own, Build-A-Bear Crafthold, basically, unless otherwise stated, you can pick 2 of these attributes and combine them. Some of them are, like, you can only pick 1, like the all-consuming obsessions from the Drukhari, and most of them you can mix and match. And this is where it gets really interesting, where you can sometimes build some very competitive options or options that match your playstyle or your army list better by using some of these like custom Crafthold attributes. So in the footsteps of the ancients is a fancy way of saying use these attributes. So you don't need to know much about that. So Children of Cain, each time a model with this attribute makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of a 6 gets +1 damage. Cool. So +1 damage on 6 to wound. That's a close, like, that is a close combat one, sure. Children of Morai Heg, or the Morai Heg. Each time a model with this attribute makes an attack, if that model's unit is below starting strength, add +1 to the attack hit roll. So if you've taken casualties, they get angry. Okay. A little bit less impressive because a lot of the time this game is so killy that if your unit has lost models, they're probably dead. Because you can just kill a unit that you can see or you attack in like a single go. It's very unlikely you'll have survivors. It's like custom chapter tactics. Yes, correct. The important one here to know is Expert Crafters is dead. I mean nerfed. Sure. Yeah, we'll get to that. It's different, you know. It's just not a go-to automatic one anymore, right? So, you know, hopefully it'll inspire people to look at some of the different combinations you can build. So then we have the Children of Prophecy. Each time a psychic test or deny the witch test is taken for a model with this attribute, you can reroll any or all of the dice results of a 1 or 2. That's really handy if you want to do psychic stuff. Children of the Open Skies. You get +1 to the move characteristic of models with this attribute, and if a model can fly, add 2 to its move instead of 1. Cool. Each time an advance roll is made, our treated dice roll of a 1 or 2 is a 3, so just be super fast when you move and or advance. Okay. Diviners of Fate. Each time you make a Strands of Fate roll, if every unit has the same attribute, excluding agents, Anthrite, or Unaligned, you can roll an additional d6, so you can actually roll 6 dice. That's pretty cool. And then pick 4. Gives you more options to like manipulate the fate stuff. That can be quite powerful. There's also a relic that lets you do that too. So you can actually be rolling up to 8 dice, for example. And then picking 4, the 4 that you want for that turn, which can be really, really useful. It's a good mechanic. Then we have Elite Citizenry. So add +1 to the leadership of models with this attribute. Cool. Each time a model with this attribute is selected to fight, you can reroll a hit. So it's kind of like Bieltan one. Expert Crafters. This is the one that everybody is curious about. What did they change, you say? Each time a unit with this attribute is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 wound roll. So they get the one of the 4 Uthway things. Cool. It's no longer a hit, 1 hit and 1 wound, and you know what I mean? Like it's just 1 wound roll. Which, to be fair, is good. The never-defined Agents of Eldari. Agents of the Eldari? We'll figure that out. There might be an expansion or something. Who knows? We'll see. Grim. Each time a combat attrition test is taken, add 1 to the combat attrition, so that's the Yanden style one. Hail of Doom. Each time a model with this attribute makes an attack with a shuriken weapon, an unmodified hit of a 6 automatically wounds the target, and is treated as an unmodified wound of over 6. That's really powerful, combined with, like, guide. So if you wanted to guide a big unit of Guardians or Dire Avengers and go, Hail of Doom, and then any 6s just auto-wound, and they auto-wound anything, and count as a 6, that'd be AP4 with Dire Avengers. So auto-wounded AP4, and you could reroll anything that's not a 6 to hit to just auto-wound. Like, that's probably one of the more powerful ones, because shuriken weaponry is really powerful. Like when compared to like other weapons and other styles of like volume of fire weapons as well. Mini Wargaming Steve played Yanden. Not sure if it was good for his Wraithbone list. No, he's, you know, you don't like, they're painted like Yanden. He wants to play Yanden. He's gonna make the most out of it. You know, play whatever you want. That's the key. Headstrong. You can reroll advance and charge rolls. Sure. Hunters of Ancient Relics. This was one of my favorites. You used to get +1 attack when fighting around a objective. While a unit with this attribute is performing an action, it can shoot without the action failing. Cool. Very different. I missed the extra attack already. Masterful shots. They used to be ignore cover. So each time a model with this attribute makes a ranged attack, they do not receive the benefits of light cover. So doing like Masterful Shots and Hail of Doom would be a great combination. Having great AP on like the shuriken weapons when they auto wound, and then, you know, ignoring light cover. So like you're forcing invulnerable saves, or like literally just going straight through their armor. Masters of Concealment is an Elatok one, so outside of 12 you get light cover. Cool. Mobile Fighters. Every time a model with this attribute makes an attack, if it disembarks from a transport, you get +1 to wound. And now that's neat. That would be really neat, because you could like wound, like +1 to wound with all your shurikens. Like you just jump out of the transports and just blast people with shurikens. You'd kind of have to time it to be like a very like alpha strikey thing where you just get out, do as much damage as you physically can. That's pretty neat actually. I like that one. Savage Blades. Each time a model with this attribute makes a melee attack, if that model made a charge, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention, they get +1 AP. Yeah, it's not bad. Nothing to scoff at, but there's other ones in here that sound better. Swift Strikes. In your shooting phase, each time a unit with this attribute is selected to shoot, unless that unit fell back this turn until the end of the phase, it counts as having remaining stationary. So it just means you can advance and shoot, basically, which is actually kind of cool. Keeps them like super mobile, and then you can, of course, like battle focus and stuff like that. It's neat. You know what? That's kind of cool. Ooh, actions and shooting is great. Yeah, it is stacks. Actions and shooting is great, but Dire Avengers get that built in for free. And that I have been using a lot. Like, just units of 6 Dire Avengers to get Retrieve Nachman data, and just running them out of a Wave Serpent, running into a Table Quarter, doing Nachman data and hosing stuff with, like, Shuriken Fire. It's been fantastic. And you can also shoot heavy without penalty. Yes, correct, for Swift Strikes. Students of All. Each time an attack with a damage characteristic of 1 is allocated to a vehicle model, add 1 to the saving throws. Cool. That's kind of like a mini Thousand Suns one, sure. Superior Shurikens. Add 3 to the range of all Shuriken weapons. Now that's kind of neat, actually. All Shurikens are like 18 inches now. That go to 21 inches for all the Shurikens. You know, that's a long range for Shuriken weapons. And then it would go to 27 for Shuriken Cannons. And Shuriken Cannons are no joke now, with 2 damage each. Vengeful. Each time a model with this attribute makes an attack with a melee weapon, an unmodified hit of a 6 scores 1 additional hit. I guess if you wanted to go heavy into Banshees or Striking Scorpions, that would be a good one to use. Oh, my camera is freaking out here. Come on. Come on, camera. Don't freak out. I guess I was moving my hands too fast. The Mobile Fighters should be good on a Drop Pod Falcon with Fire Dragons. Yeah, that's also true. You know, the Drop Pod Falcon's one of the coolest things in this book. We'll get to that in a second as well. Do you think Children of the Open Skies and Hail of Doom would be good in any way to spam Wind Rider jet bikes? So, super fast and like super advancing. Well, the thing about jet bikes is they auto advance a certain distance. They don't roll for their advance rolls. So you're kind of wasting the second part of that. I think the Swift Strikes would work really nice, and I would probably do something like Hail of Doom. Just like bunch of shuriken weaponry, go in, advance, and just blast stuff with shuriken weaponry. Or superior shurikens, just like get that extra range. Then we have Vengeful. No, we already did that one. Warding Runes. Models have a 6-up invul save, and each time they lose a wound as a result of mortal, it's a 5-up. It's not lost. So that's like a quarter of what the Uthaway thing does. Webway Warriors. When a reinforcement unit with this attribute is set up on the battlefield for the first time, each time make an attack, an unmodified hit of a 6 scores an additional hit. So you could potentially do like Webway Warriors to get the same sort of thing as like the Bieltan Stratagem, but for free. But that's only when you come in from reinforcements, not every time. And then you could combine it with like Hail of Shuriken or whatever, or Blade Storm for getting 2 hits on 6s, you know, that sort of thing. And then potentially do, you know what, and then Hail of Doom or extra range, or you can kind of, so mixing and matching, I think there's some cool combinations to be had. But, and then the last one is Wrath of the Dead. Wraith construct units that are not aircraft with this attribute are eligible to perform heroic interventions as if they were characters. Now that's neat. If you have like Wraith Blades and Wraith Lords, you can control your objectives a lot better and stop your opponent from just like stealing them from under you, etc. Oddly, says Yoon, I love the fact that nothing stands out as a must-take. 100%. Like, if there's any must-takes, I think Uthway just stands out because you get 4 cool attributes that are very relevant to the current meta, at least as of filming this video. So, Mortal Wound Protection, an Invulnerable Save. It plays with the mechanic from Strands of Fate, which is a Eldari mechanic. And it... then the 4th one, which is the reroll wound roll, so it saves you command points. So it's like a whole and then the Relic is good and the Warlord Trait is good. So like that just kind of seems like the go-to for like match play, competitive play. But to be honest, if you're just playing Eldari for fun, you're starting a collection, you can kind of mix and match and play whatever faction you're on. You've got some cool rules. So let me know which one is your favorite. What combination of far-flung Craftholds would you run to make something iconic that you would enjoy? And sort of what units would you add into that? Let me know with a comment down below. Just like, I'm curious, you know, if you were to mix and match, like how would you, like what combination of things would you do and what units would you take in your army to maximize on the rules that you've chosen for your own homebrew craft world? Wraith, I don't like the lack of invul, decent armor, nothing else. Yeah, well, you've got the Wraith guys with axes. They have an impulse save. Yes, stacks. I agree. I think it's nice that they have everything. Okay, let's jump in to the Ynnari. So the Ynnari have always been a bit of a fringe faction within the Eldari faction. Like, you have 3 characters that you could take. And they got a supplement which gave them access to some psychic powers, they gave them access to some Warlord Traits and some Relics, and then it's really about the 3 main characters that you got, which were the Incarn, the Vizark, and Cat Lady, which we like to call her because she's the lady with a cat. You know, we'll go over their rules in a second, and mostly they were like a hodgepodge of different things. Like, Ynnari were really oppressive for like an edition and a half, or like, you know, about a whole edition worth. And because of it, they have been sort of like triple and quadruple nerfed over the years and hit with a bat until they were like, okay, are they balanced now? And so some people really love them. Some people go, you know, so I'm curious to see what they've done with this one. The Ynnari. So a Crafthold detachment that is from the Ynnari can also include Harlequin units, Cabal Drukhari units, Witch Cult Drukhari units, Incubi units, and Scourge units. But for each of these units it must also include 1 Azuriani unit with the same battlefield role. An Ynnari detachment that includes any of these units in this way is still considered to be an Azuriani detachment, but the following additional rules apply. So that paragraph alone I really like. You can take Drukhari, Cabal, and Witch Cult units, you can take Scourge, you can take Incubi, all that stuff, but you have to take Eldari units in the mix. So they're back to, instead of having to take multiple detachments and have like different detachments do different things, you can have one big detachment and just kind of mix and match Eldar and Drukhari and Harlequins and Incubi and Scourge and have them all part of this like Ynnari mix. That's cool. That means that you don't have to spend as many command points when making your list and taking a bunch of different detachments. So I like that already. Why no pirates? The crossover all pointy ears is crushed. That is true. Byron says, but no keyword. Sure. So you don't get a keyword, however, as they stated in the Crafthold bit, in Ynnari, detachment still counts as a Azuriani. So all the Azuriani units, like the Crafthold units, would gain like the Ynnari keyword, I would assume. Well, let's read it. Let's continue to read. Harlequins and Drukhari units included in an Ynnari detachment lose the Sedath, the Cabal, or the Witch Cult faction keyword, if they had one. And they gain the Ynnari faction keyword. Note that because the Ynnari keyword is considered to be a replacement for the Crafthold keyword, these units will gain a Crafthold attribute as specified on page 84. Cool. So their attribute becomes Strength from Death. So all your Crafthold, in this case Cabal, Witch Cult units and the Harlequin units all gain the Ynnari keyword, which gives you, at the start of the fight phase, if a unit with this attribute is within engagement range of an enemy unit, it can fight first. So they have always fight first. And every time an attack is made by a model in this attribute, if that model's unit is below starting strength, you get +1 to hit. So you get +1 to hit if they're under starting strength, and they always fight first. So very similar to what they were in like the supplement, but it's like the +1 to hit is less controllable. Cool. Ynnari Psychers cannot know any powers from the runes of Fate Discipline, but can know rune powers from the Revenant Discipline instead of one of the other powers they have access to. For example, when generating powers for Ynnari Farseer, you can select powers from Revenant and Fortune, but never from Fate. That's really cool. I love the fact that you can pick Fate powers. I love that you can take Fortune powers and Revenant powers on a Farseer. That is incredible. That means they've gained a whole other psychic tree as well, which is really, really cool. The great thing about Uthway is that they're behind lots of shenanigans, treating Imperium like a giant cow. If they prod it, then they can get it to move in the direction they want or get kicked. It's not really Uthway, it's Eldrad. Eldrad is a conniving, manipulative megalomaniac to the same level that Vect is. Vect manipulates the Dark City. Uthway likes to manipulate the galaxy. Like, he is crazy. There's a weird loophole where you're allowed to take an Ynnari detachment of traveling players' combat patrol. Sure, yes. It's not a loophole. It's just you can take, if you want a Harlequin unit with Harlequin rules, you can take a patrol of Harlequins. Then you take a single detachment of a bunch of Ynnari stuff, and then have an Ynnari detachment. That's completely fine as well. I'm still trying to figure out if we get Strands of Fate, says Byron. Okay, well, we'll get to that. Harlequin Transport models in Ynnari detachment lose every instance of the Sedath keyword from the transport ability on the datasheet. So they would lose the Sedath keyword, which means, let's see what it says, Starweaver. This model has a transport capacity of 6 Harlequin infantry models, so you could still only carry, okay, so they just carry Harlequins. Ynnari Harlequin units cannot be given pivotal role upgrades, sure. Ynnari Drukhari units cannot be given any Lords of Comera or Favored Retinue upgrades, so you can't give them Master Archons or Trueborn or anything like that. Okay, fair enough. You cannot include Phoenix Lords, Anthrite units, Avatar Arcane models, Solitaire models, or named characters that do not have the Ynnari keyword in an Ynnari detachment. Fair enough. Azuriani units can only embark within Azuriani Ynnari transports. Drukhari units can only embark within Drukhari Ynnari transports. So there's a whole paragraph here being like, stop trying to put Ynnari unit, like Harlequins and Raiders, and Fire Dragons and Venoms, and which is something we used to do. Fire Dragons and Venoms. That used to be hilariously fun. But they've kiboshed that and decided, no, we're not allowed to do that. We can't have any fun. They're trying to pull a Zinch move, and laughter echoed in the warp. Yeah, exactly. Mark says, an old custom mission had you play as Eldar, with any Imperial units as allies, and after deploying, you would roll in secret rather than the allies count, didn't count, or counted double for victory points. That's kind of cool, actually. Thanks for that little tidbit of down the history lane, Mark. Appreciate it. Needless to say, the Vizarch of Rain can go in any transport. So, which is, instead of putting it in their rules, they just made it an Ynnari rule. Murderers and Mercenaries. If you're playing a matched play game, or a game that uses a point limit, then the point value of models in Ynnari Incubi or Scourge units are increased. So Ynnari Incubi is +4 points per model, making them like, what is it, 21 points a model with that? Or Scourge units get +2 points a model, which makes them, what is it with Scourge? Like, they get what? Always strike first? Whoop-dee-doo. Or like +1 a hit if they lose it. Well, okay, the +1 a hit's actually pretty good if they lose a model. But still, is that only in combat though? Oh no, it's even in shooting too. Well, that's neat. Is there a way to kill your own models to get that bonus? 22 points. That's true. I really wanted to run the Avatar Arcane and the Incarn together. Yeah, sad. But they don't really like each other very much, so it makes sense that they wouldn't play together. Then we went through Strength from Death, which is what we just talked about. They do have a specific Warlord trait. So at the start of your command phase, this Warlord regains 1 lost wound, and when the Warlord is selected to fight, if any enemy units are within engagement range of the Warlord, and they're below starting strength, then you get +1 strength and attack for the Warlord. So if he's beating up on a unit that has taken casualties, your Warlord gets better at beating them up. Excellent. Then we have Relic, the Lost Shroud. Ynnari model only. Each time an attack is allocated to the bearer, you get -1 damage to that attack, to a minimum 1. And if that damage has an unmodified damage characteristic of 1, you get +1 to your saving throws, to armor saving throws. Sure. Inevitable Fate. Use this stratagem when an Ynnari unit from your army is selected to shoot or fight. Till the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack that targets a unit that was below half strength, when that model's unit was selected to shoot or fight, add 1 to the attack wound roll. Sure. Yeah, just +1 to wound against a unit that is below half strength. So you can really kill things that have taken a lot of damage anyway. So, okay, fair enough. The way you kill your own models is leave them in a vehicle that dies. Sure, but you can't really do it with Scourge. They're not allowed to go in vehicles. Eldritch Storm. Oh, there you go. Hey, Eldritch Storm. That would be hilarious. Tomato, tomato. Same difference, says Aquilon. True. True. Plasma is the answer. Well, we're not playing with filthy plasma. So they give us some example army lists. Sure. And then we go into the Harlequins. So the Harlequin Rules. Now, they did make the Harlequins a little bit less confusing. And they get light, dark, and twilight. And that's it. If you take a detachment of Harlequins, you can make them a light detachment, a dark detachment, a twilight detachment, which was really like a Warlord trait tree back in the day, but they've made it very specific, and each one is like a chapter now. So light chapter, twilight chapter, dark chapter. So Harlequin's detachment is one that only includes models with the Harlequins keyword. Harlequin detachments gain the lead role ability. Sedath units in the Harlequin's detachments gain the Sedath characterizations ability. And troops gain objective secure. Cool. If your army includes any troop master models, if your Warlord is a Harlequin model, that Warlord must be the troop master. So the troop master is the Warlord. If you have a troop master in your list. Fair enough. If your army is Battlefords, Sedath units in Harlequin's detachments gain access to the following Sedath rules. For Sedath, man, they just love repeating words, don't they? All the units gain a characterization, which are the light, dark, or twilight, sure. And each Sedath has an associated stratagem and warlord trait, etc. Each Sedath has a treasure. If you have a Sedath warlord, then you can give them a warlord, like one of these relics or warlord trait, etc., etc. Same sort of thing as the Eldari stuff, except for Harlequins. So I'm not going to reiterate what that means. My dear frozen stars, says Dracon Whinges. Love the clowns, so reliable. Ynnari can't do it, but the Avatar or Fugan can kill their own models too. Well, that would be good for Dire Avengers, because you kill the Dire Avenger, and then you can like make them shoot twice, because then they have the avenging strikes, or whatever it's called, the 2 CP, they can shoot twice, which is really cool. I don't think Games Workshop has repeated any word more than nascent reading the lore. They love using that word. Sure, fair enough. Absolutely. Okay. So, light characterization. Each time an attack is made against a unit with this characterization, if the attacking model is more than 12 inches away, an unmodified hit roll of 1 to 3 fails irrespective of abilities or stuff. So, that one's really good against something like Custodes to be like, you don't get to shoot me unless you're really close to me. And I like that. You only hit me on 4s. It's like transhuman, but for the hit roll, which is very powerful. Combined with like some of the stuff they have, which is like you can't reroll hit rolls, that's super powerful. Like very, very powerful. Each time a unit with this characterization makes a normal move or advances in your movement phase, in your following shooting phase, that unit counts as having remained stationary. Cool. So, advance and shoot without penalty. Still really, really good. Or, move or whatever. Warlord Trait, Player of the Light. This Warlord is eligible to perform 6-inch heroic interventions. Cool. And every time he fights, if it charged or heroically intervened, they get +1 strength and attacks. Cool, so the Warlord is 6-inch heroic and gets +1 strength and attack on the first round of combat if they charge their heroic as well. And the turn-off rerolls, oh baby. Oh, I know. Greenblood Crusade, like, that's really cool. Relic is the Shadow Stone, which is a Shadow Seer from the Light model only. You add +3 inches to the range of their auras. And every time the bearer successfully manifests a psychic power from the Phantasmacy discipline, you add +3 inches to the range of that power's effects. Nice. They have a 1 CP strat. By the way, Harlequins in this book have a ridiculous number of stratagems. Like, you've got all the Eldari stratagems and then all the Harlequin ones. And Ynnari you get, like, 1 stratagem. But, I mean, Ynnari, are still technically Eldari or whatever. They just lose the Crafthold keyword. But, so they get all those strats. But, like, Harlequins get so many stratagems. Harlequins are, like, the meat of this book, and I love it. I love that they mixed them in there and they just gave them some cool stuff. You can still run full Harlequin armies, but I feel like they're like, and if you do, you get Luck of the Laughing God or whatever, which is their own sort of like cool ability. But it's really neat. So you have the Relic, the Shadow Stone. Oh, I already did that. Capricious Reflections, 1 CP. Use this stratagem in your opponent's charge phase when a light unit from your army is selected as the target of a charge. If that unit is not within engagement range, it can make a move of up to 6 inches. To the end of the phase, that unit cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend, and your opponent can then select new targets for charge. This is really annoying. Being able to charge something and then that unit just moves, so annoying. Like, Tau have something that can do it. I think spiders can do it, like warp spiders have that ability. It's annoying. It's really, really, really annoying. And it's any light unit. You could use this on bikes, you can use it on a transport, you can use it on a character, you can use it on a troop. It doesn't even have to be a core unit. It's just like, you charge me, oh, I'm just going to move 6 inches for a CP. Like, that is like, that's so annoying. So frustrating. Oh yeah, I feel like Harlequins eat command points for breakfast, lunch, and possibly dinner. It's no joke. Just letting that one sink in. Because we're talking about Harlequins. Okay, I had to tell you. Dark characterization. Each time a model with this characterization is destroyed by a melee attack, if that model has not fought this phase, do not remove it from play. The destroyed model can fight after the attacking model's unit has finished making attacks and is then removed from play. Each time a model with this characteristic makes a melee attack, improve the AP +1. So +1 AP and fight in death for the whole army. That's not terrible. Now, it isn't, once they've finished making their attacks, so the attack sequence would end. So it's pile in, attack, remove casualties, consolidate. So they'd pile in, attack, you don't remove casualties, they consolidate, and then you fight again and remove casualties. So you basically stop their consolidate moves, which game-wise is there's actually really cool technical mechanics built into that as well. Warlord Trait is Player of the Dark. Each time a Warlord makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 5, the target suffers a mortal wound in addition to normal damage. So if they have lots of attacks, that's even better. The Ghoul Mask is a dark model only. In your opponent's psychic phase, the bearer can attempt to deny a power as if it were a psyker. If they're a psyker, then they can attempt to deny an additional power. Cool. And they have the following ability. It's a 3-inch aura that takes away objectives secured. I always say that I'm always like, ooh, I love that ability, and then the internet and the world just never uses things like this. I like abilities to take away OBSEC because scoring points is how you win games. And taking away OBSEC means you deny your opponent's ability to score points and win games. Just saying. Harlequins are very powerful, and I love that, but don't have a lot of rerolls, says Julio. Sure. Yeah. Seems like the theme song for Eldar is Can't Touch This. Dun, 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 dun. So Death Jesters, they have the power. That's true. The Silent Knife is a stratagem. Use it at the start of the charge phase. Select an enemy unit. Until the end of the phase, each time that enemy unit is selected as the target of a charge by a dark unit, that unit cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend. So 1 CP deny Overwatch, not terrible. Or set to defend, so you can't like get +1 to hit or whatever. The deny Overwatch is good, especially against something that it has like a billion flamers, like Tau Crisis Suits or something. You know what I mean? Like, do they have a bunch of flamers? Yes. Then for 1 CP, let me solve that problem. Apparently it's hard to do because it has to be within 12 inches for a ranged character. But yeah, removing OBSEC is phenomenal. Yeah, losing OBSEC is really good. And last but not least, we have the Twilight Harlequins. So they have 2 bonuses here. Each time a unit with this characterization fights, if it made a charge, was charged, or heroically intervened, they get +1 attack. So +1 attack. Cool. That's pretty standard. It's very reliable. You just know if you want to do damage, like just +1 attack is good. Each time a model with this characterization makes a pile-in or a consolidation move, you can move up to an additional 2 inches. Really strong as well, right? Like, that extra movement you get in the charge and fight phase is some of the most important movement that you get in the game, just in general. And being able to get 2 inches extra is very, very strong. Warlord trait, Player of the Twilight. While the Warlord is on the battlefield, every time you or your opponent spends command points, roll a d6. For each command point spent on a 6, you gain a command point. Cool. While the Warlord is on the battlefield, each time you roll 4 or more dice for a Luck of the Laughing God roll, you gain a command point. Nice. So you can just command point regen guy. Cool. Then you have the Relic, the Twilight Fang. That's a classic and a very well-loved relic, at least right now, so let's see if they've changed it. It is replaces an Eldari Power Sword. It is a melee weapon, +2 strength, -3 AP, 2 damage. And every time the bearer fights, until the fight is resolved, you add the current battle round number to the attack characteristic of the bearer. So the more the game goes on, the more attacks he gets. It's fantastic. It's 2 damage, +2 strength. Like, it's a good melee weapon. And then you have Malicious Frenzy. 1 CP. Use it when a Twilight unit is selected to fight. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, an unmodified hit roll of a 6 automatically wounds the target. They used to be +1 to wound against infantry, I think. But auto wounds on 6s, it's not bad. It's pretty good. Gain a CP on 4 dice even if you fail the luck to mark? Yes. Every time you just roll 4 dice, you just gain a command point. So it's like you gamble for Luck of the Laughing God with 4 dice, you just get a command point back. Like, it's very, very strong. That Player of the Twilight, if you just want command points, fantastic. Although I've been using a lot of Farseer with like just the psychic power to like get that extra command point. But if you don't have a Farseer and you just want to use, your Harlequins, yeah, sure. CP farm late game. Yeah, could be anything. CP farm for whatever. It's good. Okay, let's dive into some of the stratagems. So Eldar, they have 1, 2, 3, 4 pages of stratagems. And then Harlequins, 5, 6 pages of stratagems. Oh no, that's Harlequins. So Harlequins get 2 pages, and Eldari get 4 pages. There's a lot of stratagems in this book. And I don't even, I've been playing this, I played a couple of games already, and even me playing a couple of games, I'm like, what can I do now? And there's a lot of strats, but not all of them are really like used all the time. Because as with any Eldar army, you need to really hyper focus your list build. So that's going to limit the number of stratagems you use. Because a lot of them are very specific. Like there's really good ones, but a lot of them are quite specific. So let's dive into them. The Great Enemy, 1 CP, says Azuriani, Harlequin, or Ynnari unit gets reroll hits and wounds against Slaanesh for CP. That one's absolutely amazing into Slaanesh, and it's almost unfair. Oh, is that your Keeper of Secrets? Oh, I just get reroll hits and wounds against it. Excellent. Oh, is that Bellicor? Oh, I guess, he might not have rerolls. But still, it's cool. If you use Wandering players, can you use Harley strats? That's a lot. Yeah, so if you have any Harlequins detachments, including auxiliary support detachments, you have access to the stratagem shown. So 100%, taking a Harlequin detachment in a army of Drukhari would give you access to these stratagems. Matchless agility. So this change, instead of like auto advance 6 inches, it's you battle focus 6 inches for 1 CP. Lightning fast reactions. As long as you're not on monster units, -1 to hit. So very similar to the Drukhari one. You pay a CP, the unit is -1 to hit. Blade Storm. I've been using this one a lot. Whenever you shoot with a shuriken weapon, an unmodified hit roll of 6 is an additional hit. Works fantastic when you've got like a big block of 20 Guardians or 10 Dire Avengers just shooting, and they just get so many shots, and all the 6s are just additional hits. It's pretty cool. Martial Citizenry, a Guardian unit gets +1, gets to reroll hit rolls of 1 in the shooting or fight phase. So this one's pretty good. However, I found that either the defenders are on an objective and getting reroll 1s to hit anyway, or the Storm Guardians are like taking away an objective and they're getting reroll 1s to hit anyway, or whatever. So there's like, you've got like different ways to get reroll 1s to hit. So, but in a pinch, it's not bad. Fire and Reposition is an outcast unit. They make a battle focus move, and any of the models that wish to move over area terrain, you can move the full distance instead of subtracting 3. So that's good for anything that's an outcast, which I think is just the bikes. I assume, like the scout bikey things. Avengers of Azurian. You can shoot again with a Dire Avenger unit that's below starting strength. That's really useful. However, I've been using smaller units of Dire Avengers. It's great if you want to do like, I have a Dire Avenger unit in a Wave Serpent. They kill the Wave Serpent. One model dies or a couple models die. You get out, shoot, and shoot again. Like or as we stated, you can Eldritch Storm them, or you can, I don't know, find a way to murder them somehow so that you can get the double shoot. Unparalleled Mastery. I love this stratagem. Select a Farseer that can attempt to manifest an additional psychic power this phase, and that's at the start of the psychic phase. It's any Farseer, Shadowseer, Ivrain, or the Incarn. I've been using this every single turn. Like, it turns your little Farseer with two casts into an Eldrad, essentially, for 3 casts. You're going to use that a lot. Multifaceted Mind. So use a stratagem in your psychic phase after attempting to perform a psychic action with a Farseer, Shadowseer, or Ivrain. That unit can attempt to manifest 1 psychic power this phase, right? And do Unparalleled Mastery it to then do 2 psychic powers that phase, right? I don't know if that rules interaction works, but maybe. The Phoenix Reborn, 1 CP. When a Phoenix Lord dies, roll a d6 on a 4+, they get back up with d3 wounds remaining. You can use this once per Phoenix Lord. Cool. Considering Phoenix Lords can only take 3 wounds every phase, they've got 6 wounds each. They have a 4-up invul. You know, they're pretty beefy. Ian Colbeck says, "G'day, mate. On lunch at work. We'll have to watch later. Are the clowns still good? Yes, they are no laughing matter." 4+ Revive is always decent. Yeah, I played with Karandras today, and he was a little tank. Like, he was pretty cool. Like, having him running around murdering stuff, and knowing that if my opponent killed him, I could potentially just bring him back. I could charge him into, like, the killiest close combat unit in the world, knowing he'd only take 3 wounds. Like, it was just phenomenal. Bill Hamid says, I wonder which Crafthold is going to be seen at tournaments. Probably Uthway, I would say. Hey, for your Phoenix Lords on the back of your Drop Pod Falcon. Yeah, all of the Phoenix Lords on the Drop Pod Falcon. Absolutely. The Avatar Resurgent. For 2 CP in the fight phase, when an Avatar Arcane that has not been selected to fight is destroyed, do not remove the model, add 2 to the model's attack characteristics, and they can attack before it is removed. So fight and death for the Avatar. That's pretty handy. Battle Psychers for 2 CP. When a Warlock's unit for your army that contains 4 or more models manifests a psychic power from the runes of battle, instead of selecting one of that power's effect, you do both. That's really handy if you're running a council. However, I don't know how often you'll be seeing a council of Warlocks as much as you used to. Mainly because you can't run 10 of them in a unit anymore. Like the max number of bikes you can run in a Seer Council, I think, is 6 bikes, which is still decent, but it's not as obnoxious as it used to be. However, being able to cast like both elements of like a rune of battle is really strong. However, if they're in a unit, they can get shot. They don't have character protection, and then it's very risky unless there's good terrain on the table, because they can you can hide and cast most of those powers from hiding, right? But it is a big points investment, so you better have a good plan if you want to use Battle Psychers. Champion of the Eldari. So you basically pick an additional character to have a Warlord trait. So you can do that twice in a Strike Force. So you can have 2 more characters Warlord traits. Cool. Treasures of the Eldari. Pick a Harlequin character from your army to give them another relic. You can do this twice in a Strike Force game. So extra relic strat. These are pre-standard in every codex. Relics of the Shrines. If your Warlord is Azuriani, select 2 models in your army that have the word Exarch in their profile. So for 1 CP, select 2 models in your army that have the word Exarch in their profile. Each of these models can be given an Aspect Shrine relic. Oh my goodness, it's 1 CP for both of them? Oh, well that's good. There are 2 relics that I really like here. I really, really like the Swooping Hawk one, and we'll get to the other ones, but I really like that. That one's really good. Battle Psychers 2 CP to use both sides of the leadership spell. Good for Mind War. Yes, very good for Mind War. By the way, Mind War won me a game the other day. I love Mind War. It's like a underused power, but it's so fun when it goes off. Especially when you combine it with, say, Battle Psychers and like a Hemlock Wraith Fighter. So the Hemlock runs up, -2 leadership, then you zap them with a spell or whatever, and then you do Mind War. Oh, it's so good. Then we have the Seer Council. So this is what Yoon is points-wise talking about a bodyguard for a Farseer. Sure. Use this ability before the battle when you're mustering your army. Select a Farseer model from your army and select 1 Warlock unit that contains 2 or more models. So while that Farseer model is within 6 of the Warlocks, you get +1 to Psychic test for that Farseer. So you could combine that with the Uthway +1 on your first Psychic test, and you get +2 on your first Psychic test, which is really good. While that Farseer model is within 3, you cannot target the Farseer with ranged attacks. You can only use the stratagem once. So that's really neat. It's bodyguards for Warlocks. If you're going to hide your Warlocks behind a wall, have your Farseer out front, it's really good. Very dangerous to use if your opponent has out of line of sight shooting, because then they just murder the Warlocks. So just be very careful. They're still only toughness 3 models. But +1 to cast for a CP pregame. Before, like, Seer Council was +1 to cast, but, like, and you have to pay a CP every time you cast it, right? Which is, you know, that's kind of how that worked. Then we go into Linked Fire over here, which is for the Fire Prisms. So select this stratagem at the start of your shooting phase, and select 1 Fire Prism model from your army. Then select 1 or 2 other friendly Fire Prisms within 12 and visible to that model. Until the end of the phase, each time the Fire Prism model you selected shoots using the focused lance profile for its Prism Cannon, it makes 2 additional attacks with that weapon for each other Fire Prism model you selected. So if you picked 3 fire prisms, it'll make its shots and then 4 additional shots, right? And invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against any attacks made by that model with that weapon. And then until the end of the phase, each other fire prism model you selected cannot shoot with its prism cannon. So you can just, like, it still can shoot its other guns at different things, just the prism cannon focus. It's essentially lots of shots and you ignore impulse. Sure, but good against a knight, or you're going to get something big, like, you know, something big that you need to kill, like a titan or something like that. Sure. There's so much out of line of sight shooting, says Stacks, especially with the new Tau, it's absurd. Which is funny because Eldar are one of the armies that has the most amount and the best out of line of sight shooting in the entire game. Night Spinners and the little like web shooters or whatever, like the batteries, they're amazing for the points and what they do. They're really, really good and really strong. Feigned Retreat, 1 or 2 CP. So you can either fall back and charge, or fall back and shoot, or fall back and shoot and charge, depending on how many CP you spend. Forewarned is still in the book, but now it's a little different. So in your opponent's reinforcement step, your opponent brings in their reserves. You can pick a unit within 12 inches of a Farseer, and that unit can shoot as if it were your shooting phase, but have to shoot a unit that is within 18 of them that came in as reinforcements. So it's still really good for like reinforcements and stuff in your opponent's shooting phase. Great into the Genius of the Cult matchup. Like, you just have a little unit of Guardians in the back, the Acolytes pop up, you're like, I'm going to forewarn them, shoot the Acolytes off the table. Like, and they're gone. So, so the Tears of Isha. 1 or 2 CP. I really like this actually. Select a Wraith Construct model that is within 6 inches of a Spirit Seer model in your command phase, and they heal D3 lost wounds. No, you just pick a Wraith Construct unit to heal D3 lost wounds. If they're within 6 inches of the Spirit Seer, they just regain 3 wounds. If you select a Titanic model, it's 2 CP, otherwise it's 1. I love this stratagem, because I played with Wraith Lords, Wraith Guard, and even a Wraith Knight when the book was crap. And the biggest thing I was always like, I wish I could heal my Wraith Knight, or I wish I could heal my Wraith Lord, because I just wish I could heal him. Now, the fact that a Spirit Seeker just heal for 3 means you can unbracket. The biggest thing is the bracketing system. You could just heal them and unbracket them in the command phase, and that's massive. Like, that could change a turn for you in a critical point in the game, and or just keep them alive just for that little bit longer to like be relevant. So I love this stratagem. So it's a good stratagem. I really liked having 3 Warwalkers with missile launchers near a Farseer. Could shoot almost anywhere. Have to be within 18 now? Yes. Grave Falcon, you do have to shoot something within 18, so you can't like just do it on. I used to do it with Hornets. I used to have a unit of Hornets. My Farseer would sit there like waiting, be like, oh, they're over there, and then the Hornets would just like let loose and just murder whatever was close by. I do not get why this is more points for Knights. For the Tears of Isha, just well, because healing a Titanic thing, you know, it can be obnoxious for your opponent. Like if they having a hard time killing your big Titan, and then you heal it, you know, so they make it more CP. Although CP is not an issue in this book, especially if you just run a single battalion, which is what I've been doing. Fire and Fade, 2 CP for shoot and then move. And you cannot embark after doing it, which is sure, and you can't battle focus after doing it either. Phantasm. This is one of the most powerful stratagems in this book. Take note. Powerful stratagem of amazing. Okay? It is at the start of the first battle round before the first turn begins. So after you know who's going first and who's going second, you can spend 2 command points that are not Titanic, and you can have 3 non-Titanic units from your army and redeploy them. If the mission, and just redeploy them. It just says redeploy them, not redeploy them based on mission special rules, nothing. Just redeploy them, specifically. If you use strategic reserves, you can put them in strategic reserves without having to spend additional command points. So good. So good. So what I've been doing is in my games I've had Karandras, a big unit of 10 Scorpions, and a unit of Rangers. And I deploy them in forward positions. The Rangers go in a position where they can get my retrieve enactment data for match play in like a table quarter near my opponent's zone. And I put Karandras and the Scorpions as just like a disruption unit right in front of the army. If I go first, I do my enactment, and then Karandras and the striking Scorpions just run in and do damage, and then probably just die next turn. But just do damage and pin the opponent in the opponent's zone. If I go second, I just pick up those 3 units and redeploy them somewhere safe, or put them into reserve, and then my opponent can't deal with them. So I love Phantasm. It's amazing. Eldritch Storm for 3 CP. It's like an orbital bombardment. Use this stratagem in your command phase. If a Farseer model from your army is on the battlefield, select 1 point on the battlefield within 24 inches of the Farseer, and within 24 inches of a Farseer model from your army, and place a marker on that point. In your next psychic phase, which just happens to be like after your movement phase, right? So you could pick a point. In your next psychic phase, Farseer models from your army that are within 24 of that marker can perform the following psychic action. Empower a Storm, Warp Charge 5. Any number of Farseer models from your army can attempt to perform it. So the more Farseers, the better. At the start of your next shooting phase, which happens right after your psychic phase. So you pick it in the command phase, you pick the point. Then you try and get as many Farseers within 24 inches of that point as possible to do the action in the psychic phase, right? And then in that shooting phase, roll a d6 for each unit within 6 inches of the center of the marker you placed, subtracting 2 if the unit being rolled for is an infantry character. On a 2+, that unit suffers d3 mortal wounds and an additional 1 mortal wound for each time the Empower Storm psychic action was successfully completed this turn. That marker is then removed. What the heck is this? You can only use the stratagem once. That is so good! I hadn't read this before. That's so silly. That puts Void Raven Bombers to shame. That puts Void Raven Bombers to absolute shame. That is so good. Right? So there's 2 ways you can do it. You can just do the stratagem, Eldritch Storm, and then move all your Farseers away. And then at the start of the shooting phase, you just roll a d6 for each unit within 6, and on a 2+, they take d3 mortal wounds. Cool. If they're character infantry, they take d3 mortals on a 4+. It's a 12-inch bubble. It's a ginormous bubble. However, if you're feeling spicy, you could have, say, 3 Farseers, because you have a battalion with 3 Farseer units. And you could do it with 1, then move all of them within 24 at that point, each do the action, and then every unit within 6 inches of that point will take d3 plus 3 mortal wounds. What? On a 2+. Oh no. This is not good. Oh, that is so silly. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, I've been taking Eldrad and a Farseer, so it'd be d3 plus 2. But still, that is so silly. 3-foot Seers, Eldrad, 3 Skyrunners, d3 plus 7, then you cry because you have no other units besides Seers. I want that for Orbital Bombardment now, says Stacks. Yes, that is incredibly powerful. Okay, 3 CP. You know what that works really well into? The current meta. Yes, there's a lot of ignore mortals on a 4+ whatever, but like, everybody loves that big L, right? And everybody hides behind their big L. So you get that Farseer. Now, technically, it's within 24, so it's hard to do on that first turn, because you have to pick a point within 24, so your Farseer would have had to, like, deploy on the line, and then your opponent would have had to put their bubble within 24 to do on the first turn, so it's hard to do on the first turn. But, like, on the second turn onwards, like if they've huddled somewhere and you're just like, I'm going to nuke that, because they stage their attack, especially with Drukhari, like, I'm going to wait here and then jump out on you. You can be like, Eldritch Storm, and just like, oh, it's so silly. Like a soup version of Imhotep Stormcall. Yes, it's crazy. Then we have Webway Strike. 1 CP to put a unit in, 1 infantry biker into the webway, or 3 CP you can place 2 into the webway. And they just deep strike within 9. This is a standard one, which people can use. Then we have Wire Weave Grenades. It's 1 CP. Use it at the start of your opponent's movement or charge phase. Select an enemy unit that except units that can fly within 12 of a Shroud Runner unit. Roll a d3. That enemy unit suffers a number of mortal wounds equal to the result. Cool. Until the end of the phase, subtract the result from that move, from the enemy's move. And until the end of the phase, your opponent must subtract the result from the charge rolls. At your opponent's moon or charge phase. Okay, so it'll... Okay, so the move characteristic would only affect in the movement, but the charge thing would... That's really annoying. Okay, can only use a stratagem once per turn. So it's kind of like a pseudo, like, Tanglefoot grenade that does damage to you as well. Nice. That means that the Shroud Runners would be really good at, like, protecting your flanks from, like, deep striking charges and things like that. It's really neat. Eldar making soup out of their enemies. We could call it Eldritch Soup Storm. Because they soup it up, right? They go like, zap. Shield Discharge. 1 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of your charge phase. Select a, basically a Wave Serpent. With a model with a Serpent Shield or Wave Serpent Shield. Oh, Serpent Shield. Oh, cool. So you could actually use it for like the Storm Guardians or whatever. Then select one enemy unit within 12 of that model. Until the end of the turn, the enemy unit cannot fire, overwatch, or set to defend. And models in that enemy unit have -1 hit. I really like this stratagem. After using the stratagem, the selected model is no longer considered equipped with their shield. So it, like for Wave Serpents, it's good to use just before the Wave Serpent dies to like, hey, you're -1 to hit now in the charge phase to keep your units alive, which is actually pretty snazzy. Combine it with like, you know, I know, Banshees, which are like, you get -1 attack, and, you know, you can like, there's some really cool stuff you can do with that, which is really neat. Eldritch Storm, says Nico, is Goku's Spirit Bomb. Yeah, it's like, it's just nuts. The fact, like, when you actually think it out for Eldritch Storm and just physically, mentally put together how much damage it can do, it's kind of ridiculous. The Grenade Pack is 1 CP for Swooping Hawks. When they make a normal move or advance, you can select an enemy unit that they moved over and roll a d6 for each model in the Swooping Hawk unit, subtracting 1 if they are a character. And then for each 4+, they suffer mortal wound. So it's kind of like the flyby attacks from Reveiw jet bikes or Hellions. But they do a maximum of 6 mortal wounds, which is not capped on the Dark Eldar one. Then we have the Starhawk Missile, 1 CP with a Eldari Missile Launcher. Make 1 attack if you hit against an aircraft only. They take 2d3 mortal wounds, and that's it. So very situational stratagem. Resonator Shard, 1 CP. When a unit from your army contains any models equipped with a D-Cannon, Doomweaver, or Shadow Weaver, until the end of the phase, each time an attack is made by a model in that unit, if they target an enemy unit within 12 of a Resonator Shard unit, you can re-roll hit rolls. Nice. Resonator Shards are to give re-roll hit rolls for your out-of-line-of-sight shooting guns. That's cool. That would actually be really useful. I wonder who has the Resonator Shards. I'm going to have to check it. Is that the... do the Shroud Runners have Resonator Shards? I wouldn't be surprised. Wasn't the Grenade Pack a datasheet ability before? Yeah, it was, but it was like only on 6s, you know, and they kind of came down. They had like a little grenade pack that they could use. But now it's just like you move over them, you just drop grenades on them, and it's on 4+. So it's a lot more reliable damage output rather than like very situational damage output. Fusion Charges. Use it in the fight phase with a Fire Dragon unit. Select it to fight, select a model in that unit. That model can only make 1 attack. It must target a vehicle. If it hits, it does 2d3 mortals, and the attack sequence ends. So it's like your Melt-A-Bomb, basically, but it's specifically for Fire Dragons. Rangers have the Shard. Okay, nice. So Rangers. Well, that'd be really cool. You can like forward deploy a unit of Rangers with a Shard, and then potentially move up and use a stratagem with the Resonator just in case, like, you go first, and then if you go second, you can, like, redeploy them or something like that. It's kind of neat. A lot of War Gear stuff apparently moved to stratagems, though. Yeah, like, all in all, like, but a lot of them are 1 CP or, you know, whatever. And then we go into the fun Harlequin area of the stratagems. And, you know, with that, we're about halfway through this book. Whew, there is a lot to go through in this book. This book is chock-a-block, and I hope you're enjoying this. This is almost 11 o'clock at night here. We've been doing this since 9, and I still have a little bit of water left in my mug. My big cup glass thing. But thank you for hanging out with me today. And a huge shout-out, of course, to all the channel Patreons, without whom none of this would be possible. It's thanks to them that I get to do cool content like this. So a big shout out to all of them. Of course, thank you Games Workshop for sending me a free copy of the book so I can read over it and show it off and share how excited I am about all the cool things we can do with one of my favorite factions. Okay. I love it. It's a vase, yeah. I could have flowers in there and they'd be growing nicely. So, Harlequin Stratagems. So let's start. We've got the Prismatic Blur. It's 2 command points. Use it in the movement phase with a Harlequin infantry unit advances more than 8. Until the start of your next command phase, models in that unit have a 3+ invulnerable save. How do they advance more than 8? Oh, they have to physically move more than 8 inches. Okay, I get it. So you can't just like stay still and say, they're going to advance and stay still, which is what everybody does when you're a Ravenwing, and you can just stay still and get a 4 bimble. Or, they're going to move. You know, I like that they've said you have to move at least 8 inches. And it's only infantry, which is sad. Kegrak's Jest, 1 or 2 CP. Use this in your opponent's movement phase when an enemy unit within engagement range of a Harlequin infantry unit falls back. After the enemy unit has finished the move, select 1 Harlequin infantry unit that was within engagement range of the enemy unit. Then the selected unit can either consolidate 6 inches or shoot, as if it were a shooting phase. If the selected unit shoots, it can only target that enemy unit. If the selected unit consolidates, it costs 2 CP, otherwise it costs 1. That one's really good to just hold people in combat. So you charge someone, they're like, I'm going to fall back so I can shoot you. And you're like, nope, I'm going to consolidate back into you, you know? Which is really, really strong. The can shoot you is actually something that the Custodies have as well, where you fall back from a unit of Custodies and they shoot you. I had that happen to me because I'd forgotten. I had that happen to me at a tournament I went to yesterday. So having the ability to do something like that is like can change your opponent, especially if they're a slow unit. Like if you charge a unit of infantry or you pile into a unit of infantry or something that doesn't move very fast, and they're like, I'm going to move away, and you're like, I'm just going to pile back into you and get an extra 6 inch, and now you still can't shoot me. Like, it can throw people for a loop. It's one of the most powerful stratagems. That's why it's 2 CP. Very, very strong. The Virtuosos of the Webway, 1 CP. Use this stratagem at the end of your movement phase. Select a Harlequin unit that is not within engagement range of any enemy models. Remove them and put them into strategic reserve. Super strong. I love that it's any Harlequin unit, so it could be a transport, and it could be anywhere on the board, filled with models. It could be a jet bike unit, it could be a troop unit, a character, it could be anything. Just make them disappear, and then they come back later. Fantastic for doing, like, and you just put them into strategic reserves. There's no stipulation as to when they have to come back. So you can take them off on turn 1, and keep them there till turn 5, and then bring them in turn 5 to do, like, a secondary choice, or to hold an objective that your opponent abandoned, or get an engagement front point, or like try and make a crazy charge in the enemy backfield, or do something with it. Like really good. I love stratagems that allow you to manipulate strategic reserves and go back into reserve and back on. It's fantastic for scoring points in a match play game. Murderous Spectacle, 2 CP. Use a stratagem in the charge phase when a Harlequin when a Harlequin infantry unit makes a charge move until the end of the turn. Add 1 to the damage characteristic of melee weapons in that unit to a maximum of 3. So 2 damage or 3 damage if they've got Zephyr Glaives or something, Or 3 damage if they're kisses and caresses and embraces. That's very strong. That's why it's 2 CP. Like, they're going to go in and murder some stuff. The 3 damage is particularly strong as well. Tao Good Miniatures says, just tuned in. How deep are we? We are on page 102 of 200 pages. So thank you for coming to hang out. War Dancers. 3 CP. That is on par with Eldritch Storm. So let's see what this one does. Use a stratagem at the end of the fight phase. Select a troop unit within engagement range of any enemy units. They can fight again. You can only use this once per battle round. So you can't use it in your opponent's turn and in your turn. So you can use once per battle round. But that actually is pretty good. So you can either do it at the end of your turn to kill something, or at the end of your opponent's fight phase in the battle round to like clear a unit to then be able to like get a point or do something like that. I like that flexibility. It's nice. It's 3 CP, so they still have fight twice. Oh, so good. You can actually, anybody who's just tuned in, you can actually like take the little bar and put it to the beginning and watch from the beginning. So it is like a, it's like a vlog that way, not a vlog, I don't know, something like that. Okay, so then we have Epic Deed stuff. No price too steep, 2 CP. Use it in the fight phase when a Harlequin character model from your army that has not already been selected to fight is destroyed. Don't remove the model, they can fight. Cool. If the model is a solitaire, or it was destroyed by Chaos unit, right, until the end of the phase, add 1 to the attacks and strength. And then it's removed. So basically fight in death. But you're better at fighting in death if you're solitaire or you got murdered by Chaos. Sure. Hero's Path, 1 CP. Use it at the start of your command phase. Ah, they took away the whole any command phase. Select 1 Troop Master that is on the battlefield. Select 1 Death Jester or Shadow Seer that is on the battlefield until the end of the turn. Add 2 to the movement of the selected models. Each time a charge roll is made for the selected models, add 1 to the result. It's different. So Troop Master and either a Death Jester or a Shadow Seer. So they get +2 move, and they get +1 charge. Yeah, I guess that would be good, and and they don't have to be close to each other. Hero's Path is just you can pick 2 characters now anywhere on the table. So when you're like gonna blitz a oh, it's a Shadow Seer, not a oh, you can't do it with a solitaire. Sure, okay, it just makes them faster for a turn. Troop Master maybe might come in handy. Not nearly as janky as it used to be. Torments of the Fiery Pit, 1 CP. Use it in the fight phase when a Harlequin character model that's not a solitaire from your army that has lost any wounds is selected to fight. Until the end of the phase, add 1 to strength and attacks. Now, that's a lot better than it was. It used to be that they took any wounds like that turn, and then they got extra attacks. This is just if they're wounded, they just fight better for a CP. And so you'd be surprised how many times that comes to play. That's actually really cool. Or you can like charge in and force them to overwatch you and be like, overwatch me. Oh, I took a wound. Great. Now I can do Torments of the Fire Pit and get more attacks. Poor Chaos getting all the hate when all the gods have for mortals is love. Lies. Pure and utter lies. Chaos is chaos. Death to the gods of chaos. Dramatic Entrance, 1 CP. I love the names of these stratagems. They're like, oh, I have arrived. Q, yeah. Scene. Use this stratagem in the heroic intervention step of your opponent's charge phase. Select a Harlequin infantry unit from your army. Until the end of the phase, that unit can heroically intervene 6 inches. Amazing. So 1 CP, you can pick an infantry unit. So a character or any infantry, like a troop, they can heroically intervene 6 inches. That is really good. Really, really good. These stratagems are fantastic. I'm really loving them. Slaanesh loves you, Skari. Don't tell that to the Hedonites of Slaanesh army that I've been playing that I really, really enjoy. Shh. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell. Don't tell. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Favorite of the Laughing God, so before the game stratagem. So these are strats you have to use as you're building your list, of course. Use it after nominating a Harlequin model that's not a named character to be a Warlord. That model gains an additional Warlord trait. Nice. I like that. I love the fact that you can have 2 Warlord traits. That is cool. The Curtain Falls. Use a stratagem in the fight phase after a Harlequin infantry unit from your army has finished making its attacks, but before it makes a consolidation move. Instead of consolidating as normal, if every model in the unit is within 6 inches of a transport, that unit can embark within the transport as if it were your movement phase, even if it had disembarked in this turn, provided the transport has enough capacity for all the models. That is cool. It used to be locked to a specific like troop style. Now it's just you can just do it normally. And this is really good. A lot of people don't understand. Like, you can jump in with a unit, fight, and then get back into your transport before your opponent gets to fight. So you can literally hit a unit and kill a couple of models in a very killy, aggressive unit before they get to fight you back, and then just jump into your transport and hide. Like, it's so good. It's so good. So good. Like, see, the kind of janky stuff that I think about when I'm doing that is, okay, say I need to be on an objective that's like way over here. And there's a unit here, and then an enemy unit here, right? And then I have one unit that's way on this side, like right over here. So I'm going to get the unit out. I'm going to move it, and then I'm going to get the transport and move it like over, right? And then I'm going to charge the transport into the unit, and then I'm going to charge the Harlequin unit into the unit, and then I'm going to attack with the Harlequin unit, and I'm going to use their 6-inch extra move to get into the transport again, which is now over here. And then I make sure that this unit that I charged can kill the transport, and then I disembark from the exploded transport 6 inches this way, right, and get onto the objective and contest it. And it's like 40 inches away or something. That's like the move, an advance, a charge, a 6-inch to get back into the transport, or a different transport, whatever it is, and then a 6-inch from the exploded transport. Ta-da! Objective is mine. Anyway, that's just the kind of stuff that goes through my head when it comes to getting, like, objectives and stuff. Mocking Laughter. 1 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of your morale phase. Select one enemy unit within 12 of a Death Jester model from your army until the end of the phase. Your opponent cannot select that unit for insane bravery, nor can they use any rule that would let them reroll morale tests. If the morale test is failed, any action that unit is performing immediately fails. Like, that could be really good. You have to be really close to the Death Jester, though. But, like, stopping insanely courageous from happening can be crippling. Like, especially if there's, like, a single model left or whatever. But the unit has to be within 12 of the Death Jester in the morale phase. So it's very situational, powerful, but like it's probably not going to come up as much as you think. Haywire charges. Use the stratagem in the shooting phase when a Harlequin Haywire grenade unit from your army is selected to shoot. Select a model in that unit. They can make one attack. Must target an enemy vehicle. If it hits, they do D3 mortal wounds and the attack sequence ends. Kind of like the Haywire grenade stratagem from the Drukhari. So that'd be kind of cool. You could have a unit of witches throw a Haywire grenade, and then have a Harlequin unit throw a Haywire grenade, and then do 2d3 mortal wounds to a vehicle. For 2 CP. Kiss of Death. Now, these are the big ones, actually. These 3 stratagems, I hope you're paying attention, because these 3 stratagems are what people are going to be using the most with their Harlequins. Kiss of Death. Use the stratagem in the fight phase when a Harlequin Kiss unit is selected to fight. Now, this is a keyword that you get by having 1 Harlequin's Kiss in the unit. So as long as you have 1 of them in the unit, you can have access to the stratagem. Until the fight is resolved, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of a 6 inflicts a mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. A unit can only suffer a maximum of 6 mortal wounds per phase due to the stratagem, and a unit cannot be selected for the stratagem and the Oblivion's Caress stratagem in the same phase. The Oblivion's Caress is 2 CP, not 1. It happens in the fight phase as well. You need to have at least one Harlequin's Caress in the unit instead of a Kiss, right? And until that fight is resolved, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack, and a unit cannot be selective stratagem and the Kiss of Death. So you can't do mortal wounds and ignore invuls. You do one or the other. And then the last one is Deadly Embrace. Use a stratagem after a Harlequin's Embrace unit. So if the unit has at least one Embrace in there, they make a charge move or Heroically Intervene. Remember, you can combine that with the 6-inch Heroic Intervention, right? Select an enemy unit that's not a vehicle or monster within engagement range. Roll a d6 for each model in the Embrace unit. And for each 4+, they take a mortal wound. That's not for each model in engagement range. That's not. It's for each model in the Harlequin unit. On a 4+, they do a mortal to a max of 6 mortal wounds. So if you've got a big troop that just jumps out of a webway gate or something, charges something, they have one little Embrace, you can roll 12 dice, and for every 4+, you take mortals up to a max of 6. Like they... and go in and do some damage that way. Crazy good. Mocking Laughter on traveling players means Drukhari can make it more likely. Yes, that's true. Like, Mocking Laughter could be really good. Like, it would be really neat to do probably a combination of, like, a Death Jester with Mocking Laughter, trying to get him into position with, like, Poison Tongue Drukhari, to then be like, you took damage from... you took damage from like a splinter weapon. Your unit's within range of a Grizzly Trophy and 6 inches of, say, a Dark Creed Coven, and I've got Mocking Laughter. You can't like instantly make them automatically pass morale tests. Oh, you failed morale? Okay, now all the boom, like you're taking all the attrition and all that stuff, and they just run away or whatever. Sure. Apocalyplant. Nice. Do you think Necrons have a way to face Eldar, or are they auto-lose, like against Tau? LOS, like line of sight? Lots of shooting. I feel like a good Necron player actually has good tools against most things, but as I've said before, and I'll say it again, most Necron players play Necrons like Space Marines. They're not Space Marines, they're Necrons. Stop trying to play Necrons like Space Marines. And that's for a different video. Okay, then we jump into the Exarch powers. Oh my goodness gracious me. Gotta do a little stretch here. I hope you're having a good time listening to me talk about Eldari. Cool. So, Exarch powers. Cool thing about Exarch powers, you can pick Exarchs to have Exarch powers. They cost points. They increase the power level of the unit. They're different things for different styles. You can only have one of each Exarch power, so you can't have multiples of the same Exarch power. And you can only ever have one Crimson Hunter Exarch. You can only ever have one Crimson Hunter Exarch because they needed to nerf that Crimson Hunter Exarch. And each of the Exarch models will get +1 wound. If they are a Crimson Hunter, Dark Reaper, Swooping Hulk, or Fire Dragon, they get +1 ballistic skill. So if they shoot, they get +1 ballistic skill. If they're a Striking Scorpion, Howling Banshee, Shining Spear, or Warp Spider, they get +1 attack instead of the +1 ballistic skill. Oh, the Dire Avengers don't get anything fancy like ballistic skill or attack. They just get +1 wound. Sad face. Cool. Crimson Hunters. So they range. So you've got Eyes of Cain, which is when you make an attack against a unit that can fly, you automatically hit. Cool. That's like Crimson Hunter Exarchs already get reroll once they hit against fly. So meh. Strafing Assault, and they'll get +1 ballistic skill as well. So do you really need to auto hit? Not really. Strafing Assault. Each time a model makes a range attack, the target does not receive the benefits of cover. Okay, sure, that's 20 points. And then Swooping Evasion, model has a 5-up invul save. I like that one. 25 points. I tried it today. It was good. It was not bad. However, you rarely see planes nowadays. Dire Avengers. So these are over here. They have Defensive Stance. So 20 points in your shooting phase. If you have a Dire Avenger Exarch, you can make attacks with ranged weapons in engagement range of the enemy. so you can shoot into combat with your Dire Avengers. Usually, I'll tell you right now, if your Dire Avengers are in combat, they're probably dead. So, yeah. Shredding Fire, while you have a Dire Avenger model, and you make a ranged attack with a shuriken weapon, you proc the shuriken ability on a 5+. So on a 5+, their shuriken weapons would be AP 4. Really useful. But, meh, you know, sure. However, this is my favorite, Stand Firm. It's the only one that I would take personally. A Dire Avenger Exarch, the unit gains objective secured, and if they already have objective secured, which happens by taking a Phoenix Lord, like Azraman would give them objective secured, then they count as 2 models instead, and they also get +1 leadership in the unit. So they get +1 leadership as well. So that's probably my favorite. You can only have 1 unit of Dire Avengers to have OBSEC, and I really like that. And it's the cheapest one. It's only 10 points to make a unit of Dire Avengers OBSEC. Warp Spiders. So Warp Spiders are pretty sneaky. They've always been quite decent. Spiders lair. So once per battle at the end of your movement phase, if they're wholly within area terrain, a unit with an Exarch model can web the terrain feature, and then until the start of your next turn, enemy units counted as difficult ground, and each time an enemy unit ends any type of move that's not a piling or consolidation within the terrain feature, on a 2+ to take D3 mortal wounds. So you can it's okay. I don't know. It just feels so specific and hard to use in a match play environment. Surprise Assault. If they were set up with Deep Strike, then when they're set up on the battlefield for the first time, each time they can shoot, they get +1 attack with a Death Spinner. That's pretty neat. Big unit comes in Deep Strike, they get extra shots on the turn they come down. It's like a Shock Alpha Strike style. Pretty decent. By the way, the Die Sword is now obnoxious, says Yoon. Yeah. 1 squad of 5 or 6 is still important. Correct. I've been taking squads of 6 Dire Avengers in my list. 2 squads of 6 just to do actions, because Dire Avengers can do actions and shoot, like, built in. I think that's very, very powerful. So we've got the last one is Web of Deceit. Once per battle, if you have a Warp Spider Exarch in the unit, instead of battle focusing, you can remove the unit and set it up again anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches from enemy models, which is what Swooping Orcs can do all the time. But it's cool that you can do it with, with the Warp Spiders. Shining Spears. They got a brand new kit. They look incredible. I always love Shining Spears. They're on big bases though now, or they used to be, but they're on big bases for sure, which means they take up a lot of room on the table. Very important there. Shining Spears, Expert Lancers is their first one. In the fight phase, each time a unit makes an attack, if it charged and it contains an Exarch, they get +1 to hit. I really like that one. +1 to hit when you charge. Really good. Heart Strike. Each time this unit's Exarch makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of a 5 inflicts a mortal in addition to normal damage. Sure. And then lightning attacks. Each time you consolidate, you can move an additional 6. That's a 9-inch consolidation, which can be pretty crazy. The Expert Lances, though, seems to be the most efficient for the unit. But lightning attacks can be really crazy to go in, use them to tie up enemy units, move block stuff, get into the way of things. So it depends on what role you want for your Shining Spears. Then we have the Howling Banshees. Graceful Avoidance. While this unit contains an Exarch model, models in this unit have a 4+ invulnerable save against melee attacks. So they already have a 5+ invul save all the time, but giving them a 4+ in close combat increases their survivability quite a lot. But people are going to shoot Banshees. I don't think they're going to go in and try and actively kill them in combat. Nerve Shredding Shriek. Each time this unit finishes a charge move, you can select one enemy unit within engagement range of the Exarch and roll a d6. On a 2+, they take a mortal wound, and until the end of the turn, they take -1 combat attrition tests. So, sure, you do a mortal wound on 2+, and then they might run away better. Okay? And then Piercing Strikes, which is the one you're going to see all the time. It's 15 points. add 1 to the damage of melee attacks made by this Exarch model. So with Mirror Swords, they get like 10 or 12 attacks that are 2 damage. Like, you're going to see this a lot. It's 15 points of just makes that Exarch absolutely murderous in close combat. Then we have the Striking Scorpions. Crushing Blows. This is the one I like the most, and I think the one you're going to see the most. Each time the Striking Scorpion Exarch model makes a melee attack that targets a non-Titanic unit, if you hit, it automatically wounds. An Exarch has 4 attacks. Because he's a Striking Scorpion, he gets +1 attack, because you'd get 5. And then with a Biting Blade, he gets +2 attacks. So you're looking at 7 attacks. And then you roll the hit, and if you hit, you wound. And they're 2 damage. Like, it's just, you just do, here, 6 to 7 saves that you just have to make. That is incredibly powerful. It's the cheapest one as well. Deadly Ambush. While this unit contains a Striking Scorpion Exarch model that is wholly within area terrain, each time a melee attack is made in that unit, you get +1 to hit and improve the AP by 1. So, cool. If you want to kill stuff in combat. Situational, so, like, right? Scorpion Sting. Each time it's selected to fight, if you have an Exarch model, until that fight is resolved, replace the ability of the Mandy Blasters on the Exarch with the following. Each time the bearer makes a melee attack that targets a non-vehicle, unmodified wound of a 5 inflicts a mortal in addition to normal damage. So mortals on 5s, or auto-wounding when you hit. I think auto-wounding when you hit. You take a whole step away. Why wouldn't you want to do that? It's so good. Like, just tell me a situation where not rolling dice in a dice game is a bad idea. Sadly, the Dark Reapers, I feel, have gone the way of the dodo. Who knows? We might see some of them, but sadly, they're not as glorious as they used to be. Bringer of Death. If the Exarch model is equipped with a Reaper Launcher or Shuriken Cannon, every time you select to shoot, it makes 1 additional attack with that weapon. Sure. If the Exarch model is equipped with an Eldari Missile Launcher or Tempest Launcher, each time you make a ranged attack, you do not receive the benefits of cover. So no dense, no light. Focused Fire. Each time the Exarch model makes a ranged attack, you get +1 to wound. Cool. That one will be really good with the out of line of sight shooting gun. And then the Reaper's Reach. While you have a Dark Reaper Exarch model, models in this unit do not suffer the penalty to hit. So you have to pay for the unit to move and shoot with their weapons without penalty, which is something they used to have as an ability and they lost in this book, which we'll get to when we take a look at all this stuff. So Fire Dragons get Blazing Fury. While this unit contains a Fire Dragon Exarch model, add 4 to the range of ranged weapons this model's unit are equipped with. It goes from 12-inch range to 16-inch range on their fusion guns. That's actually really good. I do like that one a lot. Especially their fusion guns are like always melter range, and they're strength 9, so that's really powerful. Burning Heat. While this unit contains a Fire Dragon Exarch model, each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack that targets a unit within 9. If a hit is scored, it automatically wounds. That one is really... That one sounds incredibly fun. I've got 10 Fire Dragons and a Wave Serpent. I'm going to move them up, get them out, move, advance or whatever. Oh, look, I'm going to hit you 9 times. You just take 9 wounds because you're close. Like, bye-bye, Mr. Knight, or bye-bye, Big Killy Unit. Like, you just got melted by Fire Dragons. Dragon's Bite. Each time this unit's Fire Dragon Exarch model makes a ranged attack that targets a vehicle or monster that is within half range, then you add 2 to the damage of the attack, so it'd be Fusion Gun or Fire Pack. It's an extra 2 extra damage, which is crazy. If the attack is made with a Dragon's Breath, you add +1 to damage. And when resolving that attack, you can reroll wounds. So reroll wounds and +1 damage with the Flamer, if you're within half range, or an extra +2 damage. So, cool. I do like the extra range, though. I think that's like the most consistent one. And then Burning Heat is the most memey one. You just meme it. Just go, and I melt you. And that's really fun. Fire Dragon Exarch with a Dragon Helm, auto hits, and auto wounds. Nice. It's Pretty cool. Rapid redeployment for the Swooping Hawks now. So, rapid redeployment. While this unit contains a Swooping Hawk Exarch, the unit can shoot and fall back. That's decent. Suppressing fire in your shooting phase. After this unit has shot, select an enemy unit that was a target of a ranged attack made by the Exarch model. Roll 3d6. If you roll greater than the leadership characteristic, then until your next shooting phase, the enemy unit cannot fire Overwatch, set to defend, or perform any actions. The stopping people from doing actions in the current meta is very, very strong. Because there's bonus missions that require actions, there's like secondaries that require actions, they're like you could literally use suppressing fire on a storm surge and go, I hit you, I beat your leadership, you can't put your like your little feet down to get all your reroll hit rolls, Mr. Storm Surge, right? Like there's a lot of stuff that comes in handy with. I mean, who doesn't play 40k for the memes? Well, I clearly don't. I'm an upstanding citizen over here. I play because it's balanced and fair. Winged Evasion. Each time this unit is selected as a target of a ranged attack, if you still have your Exarch model, it's -1 to hit. That's the one I liked. I used that one when I used my Swooping Hawks. However, the suppressing fire can be really handy in a pinch for like a smaller unit of Swooping Hawks. It's like doing actions and stuff, or like moving around and being annoying as well. But I like Winged Evasion the best. Okay, then we have the pivotal roles. So flipping again, going over to Harlequins again. These are, so if you have any Harlequin detachments, then you can upgrade Harlequin character models from your army to be pivotal roles. You increase the power rating by 1 for the character, and you have to pay the points. And an army cannot contain more than 1 model from the same Sedath, so Light Twilight, that has the same upgrade. You cannot have 2 Dark Death Jester models with a Rift Ghoul pivotal role. A Crusade Force cannot cost, etc., etc. Cool. Make sense? Let's dive in. So, Troop Masters. Prince of Light. It is a 20-inch aura, 20 points. So, these are all points, you have to pay them, etc. It's an aura. Core units within 6, add +1 to charge. If you want to charge stuff, that's the one for you. Queen of Shards. Each time the model makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound of a 5 ignores invulnerable saving throws. Cool, if you really want to punch some stuff to kill Impulse. The Veiled King. Each time a model makes an attack, unless the target is a vehicle or monster, you wound on 2s. So I like the Veiled King or the Queen of Shards. I think they're 2 very powerful ones. Death Jesters. Harvester of Torment. Each time the model makes a range attack, an unmodified hit roll of a 6 scores 3 additional hits. So if you roll a 6 to hit, that's 4 hits. Okay? Lord of Crystal Bones. Each time you shoot, if you score any hits, unless the target is a vehicle or monster, until the start of your next turn, -2 to the enemy move, and the target cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend. The -2 move can come quite in handy sometimes. Rift Ghoul. Each time this model makes an attack, ranged and close combat, the target does not receive the benefits of cover, and an unmodified wound of a 4 inflicts a mortal wound in addition to any normal damage. I like that one a lot, and I like the Lord of Crystal Bones. Then we have the Solitaire. 3 of them. Prince of Sins. Every time an attack is made against this model, subtract 1 to hit, so -1 to hit, and you cannot reroll hit rolls. Well, that's pretty handy for a Solitaire. The Spectre of Despair. During deployment, you must set this up in Deep Strike, so they can come in within 9 inches of the enemy models. But when they do so, then for the rest of the game, each time you make a charge roll, you roll 1 additional d6 and discard 1 of the dice. So you have to put them in Deep Strike, but then every time they charge, they roll 3 dice and pick the 2 highest. Awesome. Thirsting Darkness. I love that one. That one's really, really good. Thirsting Darkness. Each time the model advances, do not make an advance roll. Just add 6 inches. And each time this model piles in or consolidates, you move an additional 3. So Piling Consolidate 6 inches, Advance 6 inches, making him incredibly fast and speedy as well. I like the Spectre of Despair personally, but the Thirsting Darkness is probably the more annoying one for your opponents to deal with. Troops are not core till they get FAQ'd, says Yoon. Yeah, okay, they're core. We know they're going to get core. All of the Sedath core abilities right now only work on Skyweavers. Sure, yeah, if I ran a tournament, yes, your troops are core. GW forgot to put the core keyword on the troop data slate. Yeah, it happens, you know. Sure, they're only a big company with lots of money to make things happen and work. Then we have the Shadow Seers. Agent of Pandemonium, it's the most expensive one. While an enemy unit is within 6 of this model, -1 from attacks in that unit. That can be really handy, especially if you combine them with the... Oh no, never mind. That's only in combat. That's an aura. Gloom Spider. In your command phase, select one enemy unit within 12. Until the start of your next command phase, enemy units cannot benefit from that enemy unit's aura abilities. Sure. And then Mirror Architect. While a friendly Sedath unit is within 6, each time an enemy unit is selected to shoot, when measuring the range, they count as being an additional 6 inches away from the shooting model. Which is really, really cool because that means that now you can actually benefit from the whole, if you're outside of 12, within 6. For the only hit me on 4s, right? Because they count as being 6 inches further away than they really are. I like that one. I love that it's just any unit within 6. It's probably one of the coolest things. Reminds me of the old Night Shields for the Drukhari. There was an upgrade you could do for your Raiders that lowered the range of the enemy attacks, and it was probably one of my favorite things to use, always. Aha! Okay, on to the next one. So then we have our chapter-approved rules, which are the secondaries that you can pick when using these rules. And then we got some more army rules, then crusade rules, then we go into the data sheets, and then we'll be done for the day, which is exciting. But thank you so much for continuing to hang out with me today. Okay, so if every model in your army, excluding unaligned units, has the Azuriani or Ynnari keyword, you can, if you're playing a match play, select one of these or one of these. Cool. So Ynnari could pick them, and then Harlequins can pick them. So you have Warpcraft, so 4 of them here. The Warpcraft is Scry Futures. Azuriani Psychers in your army can attempt the following psychic action. One Psyker unit from your army can do this action in your psychic phase if it's within range of an objective marker that has not yet been actioned. If this action is successfully completed, select a marker that the Psyker is in range of. That marker is said to have been scryed, and the warp charge value of the psychic action increases by 1 for the range of the battle. You score 3 points for each one you do it. I really like the fact that you can do this even if your opponent is on an objective. So you'd be like, and I get it. And it does get harder and harder as you go, but, you know, that's better than just having an auto one where it's like, it's the same, and I'm Grey Knights, and I can just do it a million times and score it really, really easy. Easier to do on 6 objective-based missions. Wrath of Cain, score 1 point at the end of the battle round. If one or more enemy units were destroyed by a melee attack made by an aspect warrior, score 1 point at the end of the battle if one or more units were destroyed by a ranged attack made by a different aspect warrior. Score 2 victory points if one or more enemy units were destroyed by a melee attack made by an aspect warrior. It's basically if multiple aspect warriors kill multiple things, you get points. It's very wordy, and you just going to be complicated. And you need lots of aspect warriors for that. I would not take it. Shadow Operations. Scout the enemy. You can do an action. One unit can start this action at the end of your movement phase if it's not within 6 of your deployment zone. If the unit performing this action is a ranger unit, it is completed at the end of the turn. Otherwise, it's done at your next turn. Score 2 points if the action is not wholly within your opponent's deployment zone. Score 4 points if it is wholly within your opponent's deployment zone. So it's kind of like deploy teleport homers, but easier. Because you just have to be further than 6 inches from your deployment zone instead of wholly within 6 inches of your enemy's deployment zone. But then you get bonuses for doing it in your opponent's deployment zone. But it's only rangers that can do it in the same turn. So, probably better to just take teleport homers so any troop can just do it automatically. You just have to get a little bit more aggressive early on. Brandon says, sucks to be Farsight Enclave shooting at that. Oh yes, 100%. That range manipulation is brutal. Range manipulation is fantastic. Okay, like, anything that changes range is so incredibly powerful. So then we have the hidden path. If you select this secondary objective and your army contains a webway gate, that unit cannot be set up within 6 inches of your deployment zone. So if you have to put the webway gate outside your deployment zone, like you have to if you take a webway gate, and you want to take this. If your army does not contain a webway gate, then in your first command phase, you select an objective marker that's not within 6 of your deployment zone, and at the end of each of your command phases, if your army includes a webway gate unit, score a number of victory points equal to the current battle round number if a unit from your army that's not the webway gate is within 3 of the webway gate and no enemy models are within 3 of the webway gate. So hold the webway gate. If your army does not have a webway gate, then you get it by controlling the selected objective marker within an Azurian unit equal to the number of the current battle round number in your command phase. Let's just say this one's not bad. It means you pick an objective outside your deployment zone and you get points for holding it and defending it. If you have a webway gate, it just happens to have to be the webway gate that you put down. It is at the start of your command phase. You have to defend it and have units next to it, so it can be hard to do sometimes, but it could be good to do with like a bodyguarded Farseer, for example, or something that can't be shut. I've been using a webway gate every time, but having to make sure that webway gate is further than 6 inches from your deployment zone, and then 12 inches away from the enemy deployment zone, and then 3 inches away from all terrain is a lot harder than it seems. So just make sure you can deploy your webway gate before you decide to take this. But other than that, it's like you just have to hold one objective to get pretty much 15 points, just all game. So, you know, it's not like it means you don't have to spread out too much. Like, you know, it's not a terrible secondary. This will probably be the weirdest chapter proved I have. This is probably the wordiest chapter proved I've heard so far. Yeah, it's just a lot of words. Then we have the Harlequins ones. So the Harlequins get no mercy, no respite, deadly performance. At the end of your turn, oh, I love end of my turn stuff. Score 3 points if 2 or more of the following conditions apply. A Harlequins unit from your army controls an objective marker that you did not control at the start of this turn. Okay. So either take it away from your opponent or hold one that you didn't hold at the beginning of the turn. Easy enough because you move super fast. A Harlequins unit from your army is wholly within your opponent's deployment zone. Usually not an issue considering you move so fast. 2 or more enemy units were destroyed by an attack made with a ranged weapon by a Harlequins model from your army. Or 3 or more enemy units were destroyed by an attack made with a melee weapon. Okay, I like that there's 4 different points and you only have to satisfy 2 to get 3 points. That's fantastic. Hold an objective or take an objective away and then be in your opponent's deployment zone. That's kind of cool. I like that. Battlefield Supremacy. Take your places. If you select the secondary, after both sides have finished deploying, you must set up an additional objective marker in your opponent's deployment zone. Your opponent must set up one additional objective marker in your deployment zone, and one additional objective marker within 6 of the center of the battlefield. These markers cannot be set up within 9 of each other, within 6 of a battlefield edge, or within 1 of another objective marker. These take your places objective markers represent the positions that must be... Oh my god. At the end of your turn, score 2 points if you control 2 of these. At the end of your turn, score 4 points if you control all three of these. So there's one in the middle of the board, one in your deployment zone that your opponent puts down, and one in your opponent's deployment zone that you put down. That's not terrible. That's not bad, actually. That's okay. Yeah, that's actually not one of the worst ones that I've heard of. However, you only get access to these if your army is entirely Harlequins. So are you willing to not take, like, Runes of Fate and all the other cool stuff just for, like, secondary like this? I don't know, maybe. Hey, there's a Wraith Knight in my webway gate. Did you want to stand near it? Yeah, exactly. Just more objective markers. This sounds insane. Yeah, it can be really confusing. It's like, do this, and then have 3 different markers for that, and 4 different markers, and then if you turn around in a circle and boop your nose 4 times, then you get 3 points. Weave Veil is just Terry bad. Well, let's take a look, Yoon. Weave Veil, Warpcraft. You can select this objective. If you select this objective, then Shadowseer models can attempt the following psychic action. One Shadowseer model can attempt to perform this action in your psychic phase if it is within 12 of an enemy unit that has not yet been veiled by your army. If this action is successful, select one enemy unit that has not been veiled within 12 of the Shadowseer. That enemy unit is said to have been veiled, and the warp charge value of the psychic action increased by 1 for your army. Score 3 points each time you veil an enemy unit. Well, at that point, like, why wouldn't you just take Psychic Interrogation? Right? You get 3 points for interrogating a character within 24 at a line of sight, instead of having to be within 12 and then the warp charge value getting harder. Like, the only time I would is if your opponent's like, I'm going to hide all my characters in a vehicle. And you're like, I really want a Psychic action one. But then you might as well just take Psychic, like, Warp Ritual or something, you know? Yes. Cool. Let's dive into some relics. Now, if there's a favorite relic that you like, just let me know in the comments down below. If your army is led by a warlord, you can take these treasures. Cool. Kurnov's bow is a shuriken pistol that becomes 18-inch, 3-shot, strength 5, and you do mortal wound if you successfully for each successful wound roll. So you can do some mortal wounds. You know what I say about relic pistols. Yay, another relic pistol. The Phoenix Gem. The first time the bearer is destroyed, roll a d6 on a 2+, keep it to one side, and then at the end of the current phase, they get back up with d3 wounds remaining. So, a get back up for a relic, that's not terrible. Shard of Ynnari. A Banshee Blade or Starglaive only. It is +1 strength, -3, 1 damage, and they fight with d3 + 3 additional attacks. Whew. Well, that's cool. So that's 4 to 6 additional attacks with a power sword, basically. That can be pretty... That's okay. There's other better relics, but that's cool. Foul Shoes Wing. An infantry model only. They can fly and move 12. At the end of your movement, you can pick a unit they moved across, and on a 2+, they take d3 mortal wounds. On enemy unit they move across. Okay, I like the extra move, like the fly and move 12. It can be really handy to get like those buffs or debuffs in range of the enemy. It is kind of handy. It's one of my favorite relics historically. The Fire Saber is a model with a Banshee Blade or Starglaive only. It is +3, -4, 2 damage, and an unmodified hit roll of a 6 does a mortal wound. So it's mortals on 6s to hit in addition, and it's 2 damage +3 strength. It's like a little 2 damage +2 strength sword, and it does mortals on the hit roll. Sure. Sunstorm. Azuriani biker model only. I like this one. This one is a really good one. The bearer moves 20, but it has to be a biker. So instead of moving, 14 with the bike, it moves 20. And then it could advance, remember, +6 inches on their advance or whatever. So move 26 inches with an advance. They gain obsec. Like, can be super handy to, like, steal an objective away from someone when they least expect it. Plus, you can quicken a model, like a character, so you could potentially give it to like a warlock on a bike that is little obsec, and then you can quicken himself and like fly, like up, like double move up the board to like take away that objective that your opponent needed to win the game, and be like, you score 0 primary points, it's turn 5, I have bottom of the turn, you're top of the turn, you score 0, I'm gonna score 12, I win. You know, like, it's so powerful in like the right moment. The Aegis of Eldinish. An Autarch model only. The bearer has a save characteristic of a 2+, and each time an attack is allocated, it's -1 damage. Okay. And then the Weeping Stones, another one of my favorites. A Psyker model only. While they're on the battlefield, you can roll an additional dice on the Strands of Fate roll. So you'd be rolling 7 dice on the Strands of Fate instead of 6, which is really neat. Then we have a couple of Harlequin ones. The Storied Sword. Always wanted a Smash Autarch, not happening in this book, eh? Well, there's a couple of different things you can do for a Smash Autarch, namely like some Warlord Traits and Relics from some of the main craft worlds, right? So you can kind of do it that way. The Storied Sword, a Harlequin model with a Power Sword, +2, -3, 2 damage, and automatically hits the target. So just auto hits. Cool. The Suit of Hidden Knives, Harlequin model only. At the end of the fight phase, the bearer can make 3 additional melee attacks, not against Titanic. When resolving the attacks, each time a hit is scored, the target suffers a mortal wound and the attack sequence ends. So up to 3 mortal wounds at the end of the combat phase. Nice. So kind of like what the Twilight, the little kiss thing that the Troop Masters used to do can do. So can kind of still do that. Crescendo. Hey, a Relic pistol. This relic replaces a pistol. It is a 6-shot shuriken pistol. Strength 4, -3, 2 damage. 6-shot pistol. Yeah. Kegrax Rose, Harlequin model with the Kiss only. The bearer gains the Kiss keyword. You can reroll wound rolls, and it's +2 strength, -2, 3 damage. So reroll wound rolls, 3 damage, -2 AP, +2 strength. Very, very, very good relic. And then you can use the stratagem to get 6s to wound our mortals in addition. So that's really neat. The ability to make a large point swing near the end of the game is a big deal, to be sure. 100%. It's one of the reasons why anything that can switch like objective secured and can like modify point scoring can be incredibly powerful when done properly. The Starmist Raiment, Harlequin model only. Each time an attack is made against the bearer, that attack, hit, and wound roll cannot be rerolled. Okay. Once per battle in your command phase, you can declare that they will get a 3-up invulnerable save until your next command phase. So you can have 3-up invul for the whole battle round. That's actually really cool. The Laughing God's Eye. Bearer has the following ability. Aura, while Harlequin unit is within 6, each time a model in that unit would lose a wound as a result of mortal on a 5+, it's not lost. So 5-up, ignore damage on mortals. Excellent. Then we have the Avenging Blade. Now these are ones that are specific for the Exarchs in the units of Aspect Warriors. And you get 1 CP. Actually gets you 2 of these relics, which is really neat. So the Avenging Blade. So model with a dire sword only. It is +2 strength. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, if the attack successfully wounds the target, it inflicts a mortal wound and the attack sequence ends. Cool. So you could make a Dire Avenger do like 4 mortal wounds when they attack or something like that. Dragon's Fury. Fire Dragon Exarch model only. Each time the bearer's unit is selected as a target of a charge, -2 from the charge roll. See, I like that. That's good. Anything that modifies charge rolls can be very powerful. Shadow Sting, the striking Scorpion Exarch model with a biting blade only. It is +3 strength, -2, 2 damage, and makes 2 additional attacks. It literally only gives you an extra strength. Like, instead of strength 5, you become strength 6. I don't get it. I don't get it. The Crone Scream. Banshee Exarch model only. Once per battle. At the start of the fight phase, select 1 enemy unit within engagement range and roll a d6. On 2+, that unit takes d3 mortal wounds and an additional 1 mortal wound for each charge move the bearer has made during the battle. Well, that could be very dangerous if it's turn 5 and you've made a charge move on turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you yell at someone and do d3 + 5 mortal wounds. The Banshee's like just so angry. That's funny. I wish my sergeants could take relics. Well, the stacks. Like, what do you play with? There's Space Marines can take sergeant relics. You know, there's lots of things that can take. There's lots of armies that can take relics. The Phoenix Plume. Swooping Hawk Exarch model only. The bearer has a 4-up invulnerable save. Each time a model in the bearer's unit would lose a wound on a 5+, it's not lost. Like, this is probably the best one out of all of them. Swooping Hawks, 5-up ignore damage, base. You don't have to fortune them or anything, and a 4-up invul save on the Exarch model. It's so good. That relic is phenomenal. Grave Falcon has a question. Skari, if your Dire Avengers are in combat, they're probably dead. Book. Give them a better sword? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right? That's how it works, though. You want them to look cool with their sword. I would always give my Dire Avenger Exarchs double cannon, though, because that's just how I like to roll. Then we have the Spider's Bite. Spider Exarch model with Power Blades only. It replaces the Power Blades. Each time an attack is made with this weapon on an unmodified wound roll of a 6, the damage it becomes 3. It's +2 strength, -4, and 2 damage. So strength 5, -4, 2 damage, and could be 3 damage. Sure, you know, that one's pretty decent. Then Kane's Lance. Shining Spear Exarch model only. Each time the bearer finishes a charge move, select an enemy unit within engagement range and roll a d6. On a 4+, the enemy unit suffers d3 mortal wounds. And the enemy unit cannot fight until all other... So fight lost on a 4+. I like that one. If you have some Shining Spears. That's a good one. I like the Phoenix Plume the most. That one's really useful. And then the Shrine Skull. Exarch model with a Reaper Launcher only. If an enemy model has any models destroyed until the end of turn, subtract 1 from combat attrition. Meh, sure. Combat attrition is like very situational. Greenblood says, I really wanted new Warp Spider models. I love the unit. Yeah, it'd be really cool to see something like that. Okay, let's dive into some Warlord traits. Azuriani Warlord traits. Are they Ynnari ones? No, Azuriani Warlord traits. So you could use this for Ynnari stuff as well, I would presume. Warden of Souls. Where's that one? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Warden of Souls, page 9. That's the Ynnari ones. So, Ambush of Blades. Select a friendly core or character unit within 9. Each time a model makes a melee attack, they get +1 AP. Cool. +1 AP in combat. Walker Many Paths. Once per turn, reroll a hit, wound, or damage roll made for the Warlord. Sure. Yeah, if you have like a cool, like, Autarch with a Reaper Launcher or something. Falcon Swiftness. Or a Fusion Gun. I think a Fusion Gun. Falcon Swiftness, +2 to move. The Warlord can ignore the effects of difficult ground. And when they make a battle focus move, they just move 6. So super fast moving Warlord, sure. Once per turn, when a saving throw is made for the Warlord, you can change the damage to 0. And it's once per turn, so that's your turn and your opponent's turn. So that's pretty handy. That'll keep them alive a lot longer. Mark of the Incomparable Hunter. Each time the Warlord makes a ranged attack, +1 strength. And unmodified 6 does a mortal wound in addition to normal damage. Cool. And then Seer of the Shifting Vector. Each time you or your opponent spends a command point on a 6, you gain a command point. Cool. Like, they're very generic Warlord traits. Nothing really stands out. I really like the Uthway one personally as the one that I'd probably run. I didn't know those relics could go on Space Marine Sergeants. Thank you, Skari. I learned something new. Yeah, there's a strat basically you can do that allows you to give relics to sergeants, and Space Marines do that. You can mastercraft a weapon, or you can do something like that. So it's something that is common in a lot of armies. Favor of Kegarak for the Harlequins. Once per turn, when you make a hit, wound, or saving throw, after making the roll, you can treat result as an unmodified roll of a 6. Nice. Fractal Storm. Each time an attack is made against this Warlord, you cannot reroll the hit, the wound, or the damage roll. That is going to be really annoying. And then a foot in the future. Each time this Warlord advances, do not make an advance roll. Instead, they add D3 + 3 to the move, and each time you make a charge roll, you can add 6 to the result. What? Well, that's pretty silly. Just add 6. Sure. 2d6 plus 6. So my little warlord's going to fly around the table. Spider's Bite is weird. You lose +1 attack for taking it. Spider's Bite. Sure. Yeah, like, just means you're just better damage or whatever. Okay, then we have the Psychic Disciplines. So, the Psychic powers, like, there's like 4 pages of Psychic powers, which is absolutely ridiculous to me, that there's so many Psychic powers in this book. Nicholas Sabo says, so stacked. Oh, I know, Nicholas. Like, I've had nothing but, like, oohs and ahs the entire time I've been doing this Codex review. I hope you're not sick of my voice yet. So, thanks a lot for your support and hanging out today. So, Phantasmacy Discipline. Twilight Pathways. This is the ones for the Harlequins. So, select a friendly core or character unit within 6. That unit can make a normal move, advance, or fall back. If it does so, they cannot charge. So, it's just the extra move, but cannot charge now. So, a bit of a nerf there. And it's within 6. Yep. And it's only on a 6, though. So, easy to get off. Fog of Dreams. Select a friendly core or character unit within 12. Until the start of your next psychic phase, they can only be selected as a target of a range attack if it's the closest target or within 12. That's incredibly strong. That is so strong because you can just sit on an objective in the backfield. Doesn't matter how much out of line of sight shooting or anything like that. You can have like 5 little dudes just holding your backfield objective for really cheap. That's just, they're never going to get shot at. It's so powerful in a match play game. Mirror of Minds. Warp charge value is 7. Select an enemy unit with an 18. That enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, then roll off with your opponent. If you win or draw the roll off, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. Repeat this roll off process until either that enemy unit has suffered 6 mortal wounds, or that enemy unit is destroyed, or your opponent wins the roll off. So it's not as like crazy busted as it could be, but you could do up to 6 mortal wounds with a single power. It's not as like efficient as say Executioner, which is like D3 mortal wounds. Oh, I killed a model. Here's D3 more mortal wounds. However, it's still pretty decent, and it's with an 18. Sure. You don't even need to have line of sight, which is really good with a lot of these powers. No line of sight needed. You just, are you within range? Sure. Psychic powers. Veil of Tears. Malediction. Warp charge of 7. Select an enemy unit with an 18 and visible. Okay, so that one's visible. Until the start of your next psychic phase, models in that enemy unit cannot target Sedath units from your army that are more than 18 inches away with ranged attacks. That is amazing. That'd be so annoying for like a big killer unit like Broadsides or something. Just run like your little guy up, be like, you can't shoot anything. Because my entire army is more than 18 inches away, and you move 5 inches. That's cool. I like that, actually. Shards of Light. Warp charge value is 6. If manifested, select an enemy unit with an 18 and visible. That enemy unit suffers a mortal wound if it's a vehicle or monster, or that unit contains a 6 or more models, it suffers D3 mortals. And then until the start of your next psychic phase, -2 from the leadership characteristic of models in that enemy unit. See, that would be really cool. You could do Shards of Light for -2 leadership, then you could do Embolden Horrify, then you could do Hemlock Wraithfighter, and then you could do Mind War, and just drop someone's leadership by like 6 and go, oh, are you leadership like 2 now? Good. My Farseer is going to do 10 plus D6. You get 2 plus D6. Oh, look, the difference in mortal wounds. Your character just died. Good thing you had the bodyguard rule, though, because it didn't matter. Webway Dance. Aura. So, it is a blessing. Warp charge value is 7. If manifested, until the start of your next psychic phase, the psychic gains an aura. Sedath units within 6 inches get a 6-up, ignore damage. So, kind of like what it used to be. Cool, that's pretty straightforward if you ask me. Runes of Battle. These are the ones that the Warlocks and the Spirit Seers tend to know. Now, some of them have changed quite a lot. So you have Conceal Reveal. Value is 6 now. A lot of them went down like to 6s and stuff, which makes them a lot easier to cast, especially with Fate dice. Believe me, I know. I fish for those 3s on the Fate roll to just turn a dice for a Psychic test into a 6 has made my Psychic phases incredibly reliable. So then we have Conceal. Pick a Crafthold unit, Crafthold core unit within 18. They get light cover. Sure. Reveal is pick an enemy unit within 18, and they do not receive the benefits of cover. So you can just take cover away, give yourself cover. Sure. Embolden Horrify. Board charge value is 7. Select a Crafthold core or character unit within 18. They get +2 leadership. And then at the start of the fight phase, if they're within engagement range of enemy units, they can fight first. So that's pretty cool. And then Horrify is select an enemy unit within 18. They take -2 from their leadership, and they fight last. That's probably one of my favorites in this book right now, is the Embolden Horrify. Mainly for the fight last. Like, pick a unit, they fight last. Like, the leadership thing is pretty good, but like the fight last is more important. Enhance and Drain. So select a friendly Crafthold core unit within 18 of the Psyker. Until the next Psychic phase, each time they make a melee attack, they get +1 hit. So +1 hit in combat. And Drain is pick an enemy unit within 18, and they get -1 to hit in combat. So considering there's other ways to get -1 to hit, like Stratagem, or the Wave Serpent Blast, right? Like the Serpent Shield Blast that you can use, probably not as useful. No problem, Stacks. Thanks for hanging out with us. You want me to play Ynnari against Steve? Yeah. Only if I'm holding the camera, though. Well, that's very nice of you. You don't want to see my lovely face, do you? Well, that makes me feel sad inside. But no, we'll definitely get some more Eldar stuff happening at the mini Wargaming bunker. Okay, so Protect and Jinx. Sorry, I say Jink a lot. It's Jinx. Warp charge value of 7. If manifested, select one of the following effects. Protect. Crafthold core unit within 18. Until the start of the next Psychic phase, they get +1 to their save characteristic, to a max of 2+. So +1 save does not affect invulnerable saves anymore. Jinx is select an enemy unit within 18. Until the start of the next Psychic phase, worsen the save by 1 to a max of 6. So, does not affect invulnerable saves. Quicken Restrain. Warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select a core or character unit within 18. They can immediately make a normal move, advance, or fall back as if it was the movement phase. If they do, they cannot shoot or declare a charge. So that one's a little bit worse than the Twilight Pathways, because Twilight Pathways allows you to shoot after double moving, whereas Quicken does not. It just lets you move. Restrain, pick an enemy unit within 18. They halve the move characteristic. They cannot do actions either. And I think that's really, really good. Like, half move and no actions. So it's more for the, like, you're not going to do any actions. So you can actually do, like, a Restrain on, like, a Storm Surge. Go, no actions for you. And then you could do the little gun from the Relic Swooping Hawk Exarch and go, no actions for you. And then literally stop 2 units from doing actions, right? And that could, like, change the course of the game if you're trying to stop someone from winning the game by getting points. Rest in peace, the invulnerable influences. Yes, 100%. But at the same time, like, invulnerable saves, they've been going, like the power of vulnerable saves have been going down. There's only a few things that have access to a 3-up. And if they do, they normally have it for a very limited time, right? Empower or Enervate. It's a warp charge value of 7. So select a friendly Crafthold core unit within 18. Until the start of your next Psychic phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, get +1 to wound. That one's really good. And Enervate, pick an enemy unit within 18. Until the start of your next Psychic phase, each time they make a melee attack, -1 to wound. So -1 to wound, +1 to wound, -1 to hit, +1 to hit in combat. So these are 2 combat ones. Quicken Restrain, so double move or slow people down and stop them from doing actions. Protect Jinx, so plus save, minus save. Embolden Horrify, fight first, fight last, and then Conceal Reveal, cover, no cover. Right, so very straightforward. My favorites are Quicken Restrain, Embolden Horrify. Protect Jinx is not bad either. Then we have the Runes of Fate. Now, really important to note, Farseers can pick like their powers from either of the Fortune and Fate, which is actually really neat. And then I believe the Ynnari ones could pick Revenant and Fortune, I believe, just not Fate. Or was it Fortune? Let me check. Now you've got me thinking, because I remember seeing this. The Ynnari, here we go. Psychic Ynnari people. You can select power for Remnant and Fortune, but never Fate. Okay, so Ynnari cannot pick any of these. They can pick Fate and Revenant. Discipline. No, my jinx! says Draco whinges. So, Runes of Fate. Let's dive in. Guide. Pick a unit with an 18. If it's a 6, so very easy to get off. If picking it with an 18, and they can reroll hit rolls. If it was 10 or more on the casting roll, you can pick a unit within 24. So a lot of these powers are 18, but if you cast higher, 24. Like it's weird that way. It's just reroll hit rolls now, and it's in combat and in shooting. So incredibly good. Chapter Master rerolls for a unit. It's good. Guide is still incredibly good. Doom. Pick a enemy unit with an 18 or 24 if you cast it on a 10 more. Until the next psychic phase, core and character units can reroll wound rolls against that unit. Still really good, but it only affects core. So you can only, like, it's only mainly for, like, core. So just don't forget that. Fortune. Pick a friendly unit with an 18 that's core or character, or 24 if you cast it on a 10+. I hope you get the theme there. They get a 5-up ignore damage save. I'm loving Fortune, especially on Wraith Blades and stuff. Still incredibly useful. Executioner. Warp charge value of 7. Pick an enemy unit that's not a character unit with 9 or less wounds. So you can't snipe characters with it anymore. With an 18. They take D3 mortal wounds. If any models are destroyed, they take an additional D3 mortal wounds. If you got it on a 10 or more, you can pick a unit within 24 instead. So you can extend the range. Execution is a great way of doing mortal wounds. Against most small, single wounded units, it does 2d3 mortal wounds. It's fantastic to kill little support units. So it's this fast year cast Doom, roll, then pick a target. Yes, that's how it's always been. Whenever you pick a psychic power, you cast it first, and then you pick a target for the power, if it's cast. Will of Azurian. Warp charge value of 6. If selected, pick a core or character unit with an 18. Until the start of next psychic phase, they gain objective secured. They automatically pass morale tests. If they're performing an action, they can still make attacks with ranged weapons. If the result is 8 or more, you can select a friendly unit within 18. I mean, within 24. My apologies. So, gives OBSEC, auto pass morale, shoot and do actions to a single unit. Will of Azurian got a huge buff. Huge buff. Now, the gaining objective secured is really good, but the performing actions and still shooting with range would be really good for like swooping hawks or warp spiders, like stuff like that. Especially if you don't bring the Phoenix Lord, which then gives them objective secured anyway. Character and core means avatars and fortune. Yeah, it's a character, right? So might as well. Then we have Mind War. Very situational, but very fun. Especially if you stack leadership modifiers. You can snipe characters through Bodyguard. And I think that's one of the most important uses of Mind War, is to, like, kill characters that are trying to hide behind their bodyguards. It has a warp charge value of 7. Pick an enemy character with an 18. Roll a d6 and add the Psycho's leadership, which with a Farseer, I believe, is leadership 9. And then your opponent rolls a d6 and adds the leadership of their character. And if your result is greater than theirs, you do a number of mortal wounds equal to the difference, right? So that's the important thing. So most characters, well, leadership 9 or so. So it's like a straight up roll off. If I roll a 6, you roll a 1, you take 5 mortal wounds. However, it gets really fun once you do like the leadership modifiers. Like you've got Shards of Light, that's -2 leadership. Then you could do Horrify, which is -2 leadership. Embolden, which is then plus 2 leadership. So you could have a leadership 11 Farseer attacking an enemy character that has minus 4 leadership. And then on top of that, you could do a Hemlock Wraithfighter for an additional minus 2 leadership. So that's minus 6 leadership. So if you do the math, say a character with leadership 9, minus 6 leadership is leadership 3. Your leadership 11 with your Farseer. Say you're next to an Inspiring Webway Gate, which gives you plus 1 leadership. So now you're leadership 12, right? And then all of a sudden you're doing 12 plus d6 to your opponent's 3 plus d6. Like the max they can roll is a 9. The minimum you can roll is a 13. So they're taking at least 4 mortal wounds minimum, right? And and you can have some fun with that. There's some really cool dynamics you can have, like sniping, like characters, and it's really, really fun. Leadership shenanigans, some of my favorite ways to play the game, because it plays with a part of the game that people don't use often. And you could also use, there's a whole bunch of ways you can make that work. So, and it's not far-fetched. Like you can set it up and have it in your toolbox and only use it when you need it. Like imagine a knight, right? Like a knight that's a character with a relic has a leadership 8. And if you minus 6 inches their leadership 2, and your leadership 13 or 12, right? All of a sudden, say they roll a 1, they rolled 4, and you rolled a 6, and you rolled 18 to 4, they're taking 14 mortal wounds. But back, because they're a character, right? When they get a relic or Warlord trait, it's really fun when it happens. Okay. Anyway, Mind War is situation. Now, if you do it, if you psychic test a 10 or more with Mind War, instead of rolling a d6 and adding your leadership, you roll 2d3 and add your leadership, making it a lot more reliable to get that high roll, which is good. Yeah. Okay. Other than that, let's go on to the next one. So, Runes of Fortune. These are, Fateful Divergence, War Charge value 6, gain a command point. I've been using that every game, all the time, every time. Witch Strike. War Charge value of 5. If manifested, select a model in this Psyker's unit. Select a model in the Psyker's unit. If the Psyker is an Anthrite unit, so a Corsair, you must select the Wayseeker model. Until starting next Psychic phase, each time the selected model makes a melee attack. If it successfully wounds, it does a mortal wound in the attack sequence ends. Okay, so it does mortal wounds in combat, sure. Ghost Walk. Pick a core or character unit within 12. They get +1 to charge, +2 to charge rolls. So pick a unit +2 to charge. Great if you're coming out of reserves. Crushing Orb. Orb charge value is 6. If manifested, select an enemy unit within 18 invisible. Roll 3d6. Adding 2 if it's a vehicle or monster. And for every 4+, you do a mortal wound. So 3 dice, 4 pluses does a mortal wound. If it's a vehicle or monster, 2 pluses does a mortal wound. Very good to snipe characters. Once again, I'm looking for ways to do damage to a character that's hiding in a bodyguard. You can use Crushing Orb, right? So you could use Shards of Light. Will do a mortal wound, right? Then you could potentially Mind War. Then you could do Crushing Orb. You could do lots of mortal wounds on protected characters. I'd love to see that Knight combo work out. Well, I've done it back in the day, but that was when you had and now I have a Grizzly Trophy that has -2 to your leadership and, all this stuff. You could potentially do it with Ynnari, right? Because then you could take, Drukhari Venoms with Grizzly Trophies on them and then have an additional -2. So you could have, a Mind War Runes of Fate Farseer in an Ynnari detachment and then run a Hemlock, Grizzly Trophies, and then a detachment of Harlequins, or a Harlequin Psyker. You could actually make it -8 to their leadership. And then be oh, your leadership's 0? Good luck. Yeah. Which could be kind of crazy when you think about it that way. Then we have Focus Will, value of 6. Select a friendly Psychic unit within 24. No, select it, yeah. Until the next Psychic phase, add to the tests and deny the Witch tests. So, cool. If you Focus Will, it just helps you cast those powers. But so that would only be useful if you don't really have access to, the Fate dice. Those Fate dice make Psychic powers, very, very easy to do. Grenade launchers take advantage of the leadership fund, too. I do love Ynnari. Guess I have a quest this edition, says Nicholas. Hey, if you figure something out that works, let me know. I can't wait to see that stuff. Impair Senses. War Charge value 6. Pick an enemy unit with an 18 invisible. Until the start of your next psychic phase, that unit cannot be affected by auras. That's okay. You know, like, that can be pretty good. Considering it's a psychic power, it's pretty good. Then we have the Revenant Discipline. Gaze of Ennead. Select an enemy unit with an 18. Roll a d6, subtracting 2 if the unit has a starting strength of 1. On a 1 or less, takes a mortal wound. On a 2 to 5, takes d3 mortal wounds. On a 6, suffers d6 mortal wounds. So there's another way that you can snipe, like, a character, right? Storm of Whispers. War Charge value is 6. Roll 3d6 for each enemy unit within 9. For each 4+, enemy unit being rolled 4. Suffers a mortal wound. So that's a little nova of mortal wounds. Word of the Phoenix. War Charge value 6. If manifested, select a friendly Ynnari infantry unit that's not a Wraith Construct unit within 6. One of the unit's destroyed models, or D3 if it is a troop, can be added back to the unit with full wounds remaining. These models can only be set up within engagement range if they're... So, that's cool. That's on a 6, you bring a model back, or D3 models back, like bring an Incubi back, or bring D3, I don't know, Guardians back, or like Cabalite Warriors or something back. That's actually really neat. Unbind Souls. Unbind Souls has a warp charge value of 6. Pick a enemy unit with an 18. Each time an Ynnari model makes a melee attack that targets an enemy unit, an unmodified hit of a 6 automatically wounds. It's no longer reroll wounds. That makes me very sad inside. Reroll wounds was so good, but I guess you could just take Doom, right? Like, and then just do it with Doom, because now we have access to Doom. And then you have Shield of Ennead, war charge value of 6. Select a friendly Ynnari unit within 12. Until the start of your next psychic phase, you have a 4-up invulnerable save. Now that's pretty cool. You can give it to like a unit of Incubi or a big block of Guardians or something. Like, it's neat. I like that rule a lot. And then Ancestor's Grace. War charge value is 7. If manifested, select one friendly Ynnari unit with an 18. Until the start of your next psychic phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, add 1 to the wound roll. So +1 to wound in melee. Which is, yeah, +1 to wound in melee. Could be really good. Then, of course, we have all the Crusade rules. Can the Ynnari Psykers still take the normal powers? So Ynnari Psykers can take powers from the Revenant Discipline and the Runes of Fate. They just can't take Runes of Fortune. So like a Farseer. So I mean a Farseer can take Revenant and Runes of Fate. They just can't take Runes of Fortune. Okay, lots and lots of Crusade stuff. Crusade, 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 Crusade. I really love Crusade. It's one of my favorite things to use. But now we are at the datasheet rules. Hunter says, late getting here. Do you think Indirect will be powerful for Eldar? Yes, very much so. Indirect is going to be incredibly powerful for Eldar. Okay, so datasheets. So the Crafthold keyword gives you the Crafthold keyword abilities, battle focus. Units that have this ability can shoot in a turn in which they advance, and they can only make attacks with assault or pistol weapons, but they count as remaining stationary. So you can advance and shoot your weapons as long as they're pistols and assault weapons. If they moved, and if they did not fall back or advance, then they can move D6 after they've moved. They cannot embark within transports with this, and they cannot make more than one battle focus per turn. But you can only do a battle focus if you didn't advance, and if you're going through area terrain, it's -3 inches to that move. So just be careful where you're trying to do battle focus. I've had it where I'm like, I need to battle focus, and I roll a 2, and it's like 0 inches. I'm like, oh, that's sad. Fade of the Cane, so these are Phoenix Lords. They have a 4-up invul. Finally, Phoenix Lords having a 4-up invul. Thank you, Games Workshop. Can only lose a max of 3 wounds in each phase. Cool, they have 6 wounds each, so it takes 2 phases to kill them. And they can never take a relic or warlord trait. Fair enough. They're not leaders, or they have their own relics. Strands of Fate. So if every unit in your army has the Azuriani keyword and is drawn from the same craft world, excluding models with the Anthrite or Unaligned keywords. Then at the start of each battle round, you can make a Strands of Fate roll. To do so, roll 6d6 and then retain a number of dice, depending on the size of the battle you're playing as shown below. So for Strike Force, it's 4 dice. Then you keep these dice aside, and they allow you to manipulate a dice roll into a 6, basically. So before making a roll, you can change one of the dice to a 6. Any 1s you keep let you change a advance roll to a 6. Any 2s you keep let you change one of the dice in a charge roll to a 6. Any 3s you keep let you change one of the dice rolls on a psychic test to a 6. Any 4s you keep let you turn a hit roll into a 6. Any 5s you keep let you turn a wound roll into a 6. And any 6s you keep let you keep a saving throw into a 6. I love this mechanic. I've been using the psychic test one the most because it has allowed me to essentially pass almost every psychic test I've had to make, and it has been fantastic, and I love it. A close second to the charge rolls, being able to come out of reserve or webway gate or whatever and turning one of the dice to a 6, then just rolling 1 dice. It's very powerful as well. And then, of course, the saving throw is also probably the next most powerful one. I do like the wound roll one, though, because then if you roll a 6 to wound in a lot of cases, it increases the AP, or it does a mortal wound, or it does something. So being able to turn something into a 6 and do mortal wounded addition, or do like extra AP is quite nice as well. If you CP reroll after the fate dice, you lose a 6. Save rolls on Uthway. That's what I've been using Uthway for. I don't know. Grey Falcon. There's a lot of people being like, does it? Does it not? Whatever. We'll figure it out later. Deployment abilities. Advanced positions is pre-game forward deploy, so 9 inches away from the enemy in enemy deployment. Sudden assault is your deep strike rule, so come in within 9 inches of the enemy, anyone on the board. And shuriken weapons get +2 AP on a 6 to wound, which means most of them will be AP 3 on 6s to wound, and Dire Avengers will be AP 4 on 6s to wound. Then we have the Harlequin data sheets. So we have the Panoply. So Harlequin's Panoply, they get 4 up invulnerable save. When they normal move, advance, fall back, or charge, they can move horizontally through models and terrain. Sure. And each time a melee attack is made against this unit, it's -1 to hit. So you're -1 to hit Harlequins. They can move through models and terrain, and they have a 4 up invul save. Now, don't forget, this doesn't mean they ignore difficult ground. They do not ignore difficult ground, because they do not fly. Rising Crescendo. This unit is eligible to charge in a turn in which they advanced. They can also shoot and charge in a turn in which they fell back. So, pretty standard for Harlequins. That hasn't really changed. Last but not least, you have Luck of the Laughing God. If every unit from your army has the Harlequin's keyword and is performing the same Sedath, excluding units with the unaligned keyword, then, at the start of each battle round, you gain a number of luck rerolls depending on the size of the battle you're playing. So Strike Force, you get 3 luck rerolls. In addition, you can make a Luck of the Laughing God roll to try and increase the number of luck rerolls gained. So you roll up to 6d6. So you can roll 1d6, 2d6, 3d6, or 4d6, or 5d6, or 6d6, depending on how lucky you feel. If every result is unique, you gain a number of additional luck dice equal to number d6 rolled. So if I go, I'm going to roll 3 dice, and I roll a 1, a 2, and a 3, I will get 3 additional luck rerolls. So then I have 6 luck rerolls to play with. If I decide to roll 4 dice, then I roll a 1, a 2, a 3, and then a 1, and I don't get anything. I don't get any extras, sadly. But I gamble, basically, try to get more luck rerolls. And of course, there is a Warlord trait where if you roll 4, you get a command point on top of that. So, why not? Roll 4, try to get some extra luck rolls, and get a really cool, command point on top of that. Each luck reroll can be used to reroll a hit, a wound, a damage, a saving throw, advanced roll, made for your army with the Luck of the Laughing God ability. Any luck rerolls not used by the end of the battle round are lost. So you get free command point rerolls, basically. But it's not a stratagem. It's just a reroll, which then you can just use Yeah. You can just use. Like, you could literally luck reroll multiple times on a single unit. Which is silly. Yeah. It's so good. If you have 6 luck rerolls, you'd be like, oh, I need to keep this character alive. Luck, 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 luck. Like, oh, I failed. I'm going to use a luck roll. Oh, I failed again. Going to use another luck roll. Oh, I passed. Yay. Oh, I made it. Oh, I failed it. Another luck reroll. Like, that is obnoxious. But your whole army has to be Harlequins to have that. You don't get the fate stuff. Okay, folks. Let's dive into the last part of our review, which will be taking a look at some of the data sheets. I'm not going to go into too much detail. Of course, you can get the book and check it out and do your own thing. Going to go over some broad specter stuff, and I'm going to tell you what I think of the unit. Any news on Eldar Corsair detachments? Well, they don't get any special rules, necessarily. However, you can make an army of detachments of Corsairs led by a Corsair Lord, which is just the one Corsair Lord in the book, which I believe is, what's his face from Meanden? Prince Irel or something like that. So, Avatar Arcane, got a glow up, big killy character, 14 wounds, 2 up save, will kill stuff, he brackets. He has a character, he's Craftworld, he's a monster. You know, they have a 4-up invul save, you can give him a 5-up, feel no pain with Fortune. You can reroll charge rolls for core units, right? And he can explode. He also has the fight and death strat. So he's just a killy thing. You can put him in the webway gate and like jump him out in the middle of the board and go murder stuff. He does have Strands of Fate, so you could totally use Fate dice on him, which just makes him surprisingly killy. And he has Battle Focus, just in case you wanted to move 10, shoot your Wailing Doom, and then move D6 inches closer to the enemy. You know, just for fun. Sure. Farseer Skyrunner. So, and Farseer and Eldrad, they're pretty much Farseers, right? Like, they're all 3. They're about the same. They're Farseers. The biggest thing about Farseers is they have a Ghost Helm, so they never suffer the perils from the warp. They have the Runes of the Farseer. So for every, at the start of every battle round, if the Farseers are on the table, so not in a transport, not in reserve, but on the table, when you do your Fate roll, every Farseer in your list on the table allows you to re-roll one of the Fate dice. So I was running Eldrad and a Farseer, and I essentially was rolling 6 dice, and each Farseer allowed me to re-roll 1 dice. So I was able to re-roll 2 of the dice, and then because I was playing Uthway, I got to pick 5 of those dice. But it was really cool because I was like, I don't really need an advance roll this turn, or I don't need a hit roll, so I'm going to re-roll these 2, try get some stuff that I'm going to use this turn. Incredibly useful. Now, Eldrad's pretty cool because he only gets wounded on 4s. He has like transhuman physiology, basically, which is really neat. And he can cost 3 powers and deny 2. And then Farseers can cost 2 powers and deny 2. So, yeah, they're just your costers, your generic costers. The Autarch, he's like the toolkit character. So he gives reroll 1s to hit within 6 inches for all core units. He has an invulnerable save. You can use the reroll stratagem twice each phase. Sure, if you want to use a bunch of command points. And then you can, like, kit him out to have a bunch of stuff. I think one of the most useful ways to use an Autarch is by using the Banshee Mask. Fight Lost. Can't Overwatch is set to defend. You know, like, he's just like a good utilitarian unit. However, the games I've been playing, I haven't even used an Autarch. I've literally just been running Farseers. Nox Mini says, so much going on that I basically have to take your word that what you're doing is legit. Yeah, well, you know, like, hopefully you're playing people in good faith and they're not like, you know, sometimes people don't roll like good stuff, you know what I mean, or whatnot. So, you know, and it's like, sure, and it happens, right? You know, you get like all that good stuff as well. Yeah, so. So, we've got Prince Irel. So, he is an Anhrathi. Yeah, so he's a pirate. He's an HQ. He's essentially an autarch. Basically an autarch with a 3 damage spear. And he gives Anthrite units reroll 6s, reroll 1s to hit. So he gives the Corsairs reroll 1s to hit. He is Yondin as well, so he can be used in a Yondin detachment, but he can also be used as the HQ for little pirate contingent if you just want to use a bunch of pirates. And then you got the Autarch Skyrunner, same sort of rules, except he's on a bike. So you can give him a relic to be like objective secured and like super fly. You know, he's got like the extra wounds. You know, he's a little bit tougher. You know, so he's, you know, he can have a lance. He has a laser lance, so you can go maybe do some damage in close combat. Sure, like the jet. He's not the. He's a shadow of his former self, is what he used to be. So we have Azraman. So Azraman is the Dire Avenger Phoenix Lord. Makes them up. Like all Phoenix Lords make themselves, because they have the keyword, and all their aspect warriors objective secured, which is cool within 6 inches of them. Azraman does have a 3-up invulnerable save, one of the few models that does. And he has a 3 damage weapon that does D3 mortal wounds on 6s to wound. So remember, as Strands of Fate, he can also always like use a 6 to just auto wound on 6s, or do a 6 and then do D3 mortal wounds in addition to other damage and all this other stuff. So Azraman, he's pretty tanky. Baharoth is probably the one causing the most stir. Has strength 6 shots that are 2 damage. Sure, can attack, decent in close combat. And when it consolidates or makes a battle focus move, you can remove the model and deep strike it. So you could literally like move them around the battlefield and be shenanigans and jump around and that sort of thing. Same thing with the Swooping Hawks. So Baharoth seems to have gotten like a bit of a glow up as well. They also give all of their Exarch, all of their Aspect Warriors +2 leadership on top of being OBSEC. So that makes them very hard for them to run away. Fugan, he's a bit of a tank. When he takes damage, he does more damage. His lance is like d6 plus 4 damage, 1 shot. So it's like can do up to 10 damage in a single shot, which is kind of crazy. And you reroll wound rolls of 1 against vehicles, and he has like 3 damage attacks in close combat, so he can punch you pretty hard. He's also toughness 5, which is unheard of for like little space elves. Janezar just got a new model, Banshee. She has a super Banshee mask. So that's really cool. She can advance and charge, and she's -1 to hit all the time. And she's got 2 damage attacks, or she's got 6 2 damage attacks, or 12 1 damage attacks. So sweep and like it's good. She's good. She flies around, does it. Karandras is probably my favorite. The Striking Scorpions Phoenix Lord. He has forward deploy, so you can like boop show up forward. He gets 6s to hit or additional hits. He makes Striking Scorpions OBSEC, and he has 2 damage attacks in melee at -4, and 2 damage attacks in shooting, or like 12 attacks in close combat at -2 at strength 6, which is actually really cool. Like I really like Karandras. He's like a mini Drazar. He's super fun as well. Cheese and Pickles says, I wish I hadn't sold all my miniatures years ago. I feel a lot of the times we get to that point where like, I wish I didn't sell all my models. For me, it was my drop pods. I had like 7 Black Templar drop pods. I sold them to my friend Pete, who still has them and takes care of them, so they have a good home. But I always, like, growing up, I was like, I wish I wouldn't have sold my drop pods. This is back when drop pods were, like, good. Morgan Ra. He got a new model. He shoots 6 shots at 2 damage. Do mortals. You don't get dense cover against him. You count as 2 models for morale for everyone you kill. Sure. He's got a cool model. He does attacks in combat. But, you know, he's just... Because Dark Reapers are, like, not as good as they were, sadly, I don't think you're going to see him very much. Because he makes Dark Reapers OBSEC. But, like, is he good enough to take on his own instead of, like, Karandras? Or instead of another Farseer? Instead of, like, Baharoth? Or, you know, like the other ones? I don't know. I've brought back it. I've bought back in, though, says Cheese and Pickles. Still so much I'm missing. Well, good luck with building that collection again. I really hope that that you sort of like work your way into that, for sure. Illic Night Spear. So Illic Night Spear is an Alatok Outcast Ranger unit. Nice, so it can actually use a lot of the Outcast stratagems as well. That's neat. Local Raven says, "Hi Skari, currently building Janezar. What did I miss? You missed the last 4 hours of us chatting Eldar. We're still not done yet." Illic Night Spear, Voidbringer, still good. An unmodified wound of 4+ does D3 mortal wounds in addition to normal damage. It's a 3 damage super like sniper rifle, which is really neat. Gets +1 to hit and wound against Necrons. Nice. And -1 to +1 to any saving throws. And you can't shoot Illic unless you're the closest target. I own an Illic, and so I can't wait. And I play Jonacron all the time. I feel like he would hate me for running Night Spear, who's designed to kill Necrons. Then we have the Spirit Seer. Standard, can take psychic powers from Runes of Battle. He can take Runes of Fortune. Oh my goodness gracious. They can take Runes of Fortune. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I want more Spirit Seers in my list. There are also Spirit Host core units within 6 reroll wound rolls of 1 in shooting and in combat, which is really, really useful. Fugan is a buff lad. Oh yeah, Fugan is a boss. I like him. They're good. They're a good HQ, just for like an extra Farseer. I mean, an extra Psyker. So then we have the Guardian Defenders. They're basically the same as they were. Biggest change for them is the Shuriken Catapult is now 18 inches AP1. It's fantastic. I've been using a big block of 20 Black Guardians. And they come in and they kill whatever they shoot at. They just absolutely murder a doomed target. It's just, "You're doomed!" And they're like, and then they just kill it. It's great. If they're within range of an objective marker, they get reroll hit rolls of 1, which is good, just by being in range of an objective marker. And then the platforms, which I haven't actually used. Rangers are good, cheap, objective secured units that have forward deploy. I like them a lot. Yeah, they lost the -1 to hit innately. They are outcasts. They do have Resonator Shards. They just have the Resonator Shard keyword. So they help your Night Spinners and stuff. Like reroll hit rolls if they're close by. They're scouting out the enemy. I think that's really neat. And they've got their sniper rifle. Sure. If you really need to kill that one thing that has 1 wound left, you can shoot with your sniper rifles and then use a fate dice to turn one of the wound rolls into a 6, into a mortal wound, and like make sure you kill a unit, you know, that sort of thing. There's so many cool little janky stuff you can use with the fate dice. Then you have the Storm Guardians, which are the close combat version of the Guardians. They get reroll 1s to hit if they're attacking an enemy unit in range of an objective marker. And they can have a Serpent Shield, which gives them an invul save, mini transhuman, and then access to the stratagem like a Wave Serpent, where they can stop somebody from overwatching them in a pinch, and -1 to hit, which could be cool. However, I'm much preferring the Defenders, just personally. Escapo says, "Looks like Spirit Seer doesn't need to be near the target anymore, just the Wraith unit. Huzzah!" Yo, yes. It's just a regular aura now. Within 6 inches of your Wraith unit, they get reroll 1s to wound, as long as they're a core Wraith unit. So you don't have to be like super close to the enemy for no reason. Then we have the Corsair Void Reavers. They are awesome. They're the new pirates. So they don't really get much. They get a cool kind of weapon that's called a Shuriken rifle. So 24 rapid fire, strength 4 -1 Shuriken. So it's like a splinter rifle, but Shuriken, right? It's really neat. The coolest thing about Void Reavers is they're a Kabalite warrior. So 2 attacks, they hit on 3s, right? Ballistics 3, sure. But they each have a pistol, a power sword, and plasma grenades. They literally have a power sword and plasma grenades, which is more than a Kabalite warrior would ever get. So they are all walking around with strength 4, -3 AP, 2 attacks each, and they're a troop choice for 10 points a model with the Drukhari keyword, so they can go inside of a raider. So I don't care about Crafthold. I'm taking 10 of these dudes in my Cabal, I'm putting them in a raider, and I'm running them up the field and getting them out and just chopping people up with their power swords. They have power swords. All of them. Every single one of them has a power sword. I cannot stress how much I love that. And then every time they make an attack, an unmodified hit of a 6 just wounds the target. So you just 6 to hit, auto wound. Like, why? Why would I not want to take these? They are so cool. I'm happy, says Saint Etienne, about the Spirit Seer fix as well. Go, go, Ghost Army. 100%. So Void Weavers are a win in my book. And then you have the Void Scarred, which is the elite version of the Pirates. And this is like, you can have up to 10 models in the unit the same, right? But you can have up to 3 of them can be special models that give you special rules for the unit. So, the Wayseeker is a Psyker. So, as a Drukhari player, I'm probably going to put a unit in with a Wayseeker just so I have access to Psychic Interrogation as a secondary. So you can just sit there and like, think away points, which I think will be really, really useful. Considering they're Drukhari, you can put them in a Drukhari army. But they're basically the same. They've got their Power Sword, Shuriken Pistol, Plasma Grenades. The Shade Runner has the Hekatari Blades, which is like -3 AP blades. Sure, it's like a little power sword. The Wayseeker has the Witch Staff and a pistol. The Shade Runner has Plasma Grenades. The Soul Weaver has the Channeler's Stones, which you can make a damage once per turn to 0, kind of like the Hemoxites, that sort of thing, which is really good. And, you know, that sort of thing. Like, it's cool. Awesome. I like it. It's just a cool little tactical unit. Yeah. And he never has perils. Oh, that's amazing. He just doesn't die. Cool. I like that a lot. Does this mean you can just slot Corsairs in a Drukhari army? Nico, absolutely. They have the Drukhari keyword, so you can just put them in a Drukhari army. Now, they have a rule called Outcasts and Pirates. So if your army is Battleforged, they cannot be used as compulsory selection and detachment. So they can't be used as like the minimum troop slots for something, or, you know, the minimum elite slots for something in a detachment. But you could take them as troops or as elites. And they don't get the Kabalite stuff or the Witch Cult stuff, but they're Drukhari, so they don't break your Drukhari keyword, right? For the benefits of power from pain or things like that as well. Ooh, wait, the Corsairs, that means they get OBSEC in a Drukhari detachment. Yeah, because they're Drukhari, right? Drukhari troops in a Drukhari detachment gain OBSEC, right? So, they can cast spells too. I hope they have access to the Fight Loss power or the Regen CP power. Well, let's take a look at what he can have. Okay, so the Wayseeker model can attempt to cast 1 Psychic power and attempt to deny a Psychic power. It knows Smite and 1 power from the Runes of Fate Discipline or Runes of Fortune Discipline. And each time this unit attempts to deny the Witch, manifest a Psychic power, or perform a Psychic action, you measure distances and draw line of sight from the Seeker model. So 100% you can give this guy the get a command point power. You're going to see a Void Scar unit in every Drukhari army. Ever. Like, just 5 dudes with a Wayseeker. So 6 little guys just sitting there doing Psychic powers. Psychic actions, command point, like depending on what you need it for, right? Amazing. Like, that is literally the only thing I'm going to use with that guy. Now, I can't do it in a team event because my team's going to want to have an Eldari, which means I couldn't use anything in this book, in my Drukhari book, which is sad. But in a singles event, heck yes, I want every tool I can, right? Which is really, really useful. How many would you run? 3 10-man Corsairs? Probably like 1 10-man squad? Yeah, just 1 10. In a Drukhari army, sure. Like, I just run 1 10 strong. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Then we have Warlocks. 1 to 6 Warlocks in a unit. They're about the same. They cost more if they're a single, and then they become a character. So you can buy them as a character that's single, or you can buy them as a unit. If there's 2 or more, you can make them bodyguards for a Farseer, and then give them +1, give the Farseer +1 to cast on his powers, which is really useful. If there are 4 or more, you can then do the Battle Psyker thing, and then do both the traits on the Runes of Battle, which is really neat. And however, they did nerf them a bit, so like you only know 2 powers if there's 4 or more, and if there's 4 or more, they can cast 2 powers, right? So you can't. Before it was 2 models and you like 2 powers, and then you could pick and choose between 4 powers, which make them very useful. But now you need 4 at least to do that as well. Warlock Skyrunners, same sort of thing, but it's max of 3 in a unit now. Like, Games Workshop was like, no more 10 strong, unkillable units of Warlocks on bikes. They're the most annoying thing you've ever faced. And they're like, no, it's 3 maximum. So you can do 1, and they're a character, or you can do 2 to 3. If you have 3, they know 1 additional power, and while there's 3 or more, they can cast 2. They can cast an additional power, so they can cast 2 of them. So pretty straightforward on the Warlock Conclave. Dire Avengers, they're an elite now. Their weapon went to 3 shots AP2. Biggest change there. They can. All aspects have a 5-up invulnerable save. We'll just get that out of the way. Just 5-up invul for all aspect warriors. Their special rule is they can action and still shoot, which I have found very useful in the games I've played. I'm running 2 units of 6 in a Wave Serpent, and then 6 get out, do an action, shoot, then 6 get out, do an action, shoot over 2 different turns. Fire Dragons, their Melta Guns are strength 9 and d6 plus 2. They're still the most expensive in my opinion, and they're very like one-hit wonders. Haven't played around with them too much. However, they get reroll wound rolls of 1 against vehicles. So they're designed to kill vehicles. I need to try them out. I have 5 of them, so I might try them out in like a Falcon or a Wave Serpent and see kind of like what I can pull from there, which I think would be really, really useful as well. Then we have the Howling Banshees. They're probably going to be a hot topic. Them and the Striking Scorpions you're going to see them everywhere. So Howling Banshees can advance and charge. They make you fight last. You're -1 attack when you're -1 to hit them. So you're -1 to hit them, and if you charge, they get +1 to wound with Power Sword. So the strength 4 with +1 to wound when they charge. They have a 5-up invul save. Like, shoot. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and yeah, so -1. Yeah, so they're so good. They're so good. They're so good. And then the Exarch with Mirror Swords, which does 2 attacks. So she'd go up to 8 attacks, but it's actually 10 attacks because if you make her a Master Exarch, she gets +1 attack. So all of a sudden she's like +1 attack, or is it +1 weapon skill? I don't know, something like that. She gets something silly. I have to check now because, yeah. So +1 attack for Howling Banshee, so she gets 10 attacks with the Mirror Swords, with Precision Strikes or whatever, 2 damage each, at +1 strength, with +1 wounding charge. Like, she alone can wipe out entire squads by herself. The Howling Banshee Exarch is so good. So good. Then we have the Striking Scorpions that forward deploy. They do mortal wounds on 6s to wound. They have exploding 6s. And they just have lots of attacks. They're like a horde clearer. The Striking Scorpion Exarch can have 5, 6, 7 attacks that are 2 damage that if they just hit, they auto wound. So it's just like, they're good. Like, all of these aspect warriors are good again. And then Karandras, of course, makes them OBSEC. Wraith Blades. I'm loving my Wraith Blades. They get lots of attacks. They're -1 damage, which I totally forgot when I was playing today because I was used to the old one. Man, they would have lasted even longer. Oh my goodness. I played against some Scorpack Destroyers, and I forgot that I'm -1 damage against them. Well, now I won't forget that. I'll remember now. I've been using them with both Ghost Axes or Ghost Swords. They have lots of attacks. Lots and lots of attacks. They hit okay. I put them in a webway gate, and they just jump out of the webway and use the Strands of Fate to make a charge wherever they need to go. Wraithguard, I've never used them. They just shoot. They're like Wraith Blades that shoot with big guns. Sure. And they can shoot into combat now. Before they could fall back and shoot, now they can just shoot into combat. Wraith Lords are now elites. I used to run 3 of them. They don't bracket anymore. They're still toughness 8. They have 9 wounds now. You can heal them. They're -1 damage. And they're just like utilitarian, right? They are core, however, so you can give them reroll 1s to wound, even with shooting. So if you want like a rerolling wound platform to shoot, like they're a core unit. So an Autarch will give them reroll hit rolls of 1. A Spirit Seer can give them reroll wound rolls of 1, and they can have 2 like bright lances or 2 like weapons. So you can have like a unit of core rerolling hits, rerolling wounds, like moving unit of like ranged that's like reliable shooting, right? As well as like a platform that soaks up a lot of damage. Local Raven says, I played Crusade with a 10-man Wraithguard against Tau, and 3 of them managed to dance on 2 broadside suits. Nice. Well, that's really cool. I'm glad you like them. You know, if they work for you, then they work for you. Then we go into the fast stack slot. Wind Riders, they're just bikers. They can have cannons, catapults, or scatterlasers. Sure. They're super fast. If they're attacking something that's in range of an objective marker, with a twin shuriken catapult, they reroll hit rolls of 1. And they are guardians, so you can give them well, if they're Uthway, you can give them +1 to hit with Discipline of the Black Guardians, and then they could like reroll hit rolls of 1, and then the enemy unit could be doomed, and they're core. So Wind Riders just have like a volume of fire with a fast-moving platform, which I think is a great way of using them. Nicholas says, Wraithguard in low-point games can be sick. Nice. Vipers, 1 to 3 in a unit. They're like 6 wounds, toughness 5. They don't have an invul save. They're just a shooty platform. They're not core. So they do have an auto advance of 6, so they move 22 inches with an advance. That's actually pretty fast. Holy moly. They move quick. And they're probably really, really cheap. So like 3 in a Viper squadron. How many points is a Viper? You know, because what would you run? You want to run something that's an assault weapon. So twin shuriken catapult, that's assault. Is everything else? Scatterlaser's heavy. Ugh, everything else is heavy. Sad. That's very sad. I'm sad that everything's heavy, because then you can't advance and shoot with any of these. Wah, wah, wah. Well, if it's cheap, then it doesn't matter. How cheap is it? Fast attack. We've got Vipers, 40 points a model, and they come equipped with Shuriken Cannon, Twin Shuriken Catapult. Oh, it's just 45 points with a Shuriken Cannon. And they can have a Star Cannon, Bright Lance, Missile Launchers, 10. Bright Lance is 15. Missile Launchers, 10. Bright Lance, 15. Scatterlaser is free. So 40 points with a Scatterlaser. Just give them Scatterlasers. It's free for Scatterlaser. That's what I would do. Just like a bazillion shots for 40 points. 120 points for 3 Vipers if you just want billions of shots. Then we have Swooping Hawks. They're fantastic. I love them a lot. The fact that they can teleport anywhere on the table instead of battle focusing means that they're going to win you games. I really like their little relic that they can have, which gives the entire unit a 5-up ignore damage. And the Swooping Hawk Exarch can have one of 2 great Exarch powers. One is -1 to hit the unit when you shoot at them. And the other is it can shoot a unit and stop it from doing actions. I personally like the -1 to hit one on a big unit. and the other one on a smaller unit. And the fact is, you can like move them 14, shoot, and then teleport them somewhere. And like your opponent is going to have a hard time pinning them down. They're just going to be bouncing around the table like crazy. And swooping hawks are good for that. Like they're just really reliable to do shenanigans, which is, you can underline that Eldar is all about shenanigans. Then you have warp spiders. They have a really good gun. Well, strength 6, d6 shots, blast, -2 AP. So they added the AP. They are 12 inches. They have the cool thing where if they come in, they can have an extra shot on each gun, or they can teleport or whatever once per game. The Warp Spider jump generator is when they normal move, battle focus, advance, fall back, or make a charge. Until the move is finished, they can move horizontally through models and terrain, sure. When the barrier unit makes a battle focus move, they can roll 2d6 instead of 1d6. If you do so and you roll double 1, they suffer mortal wounds. So they can move 12, shoot, and then move 2d6 with battle focus, which is actually, that's really good. They can jump in front of something, or move block, or get on an objective, or just do something shenanigan-y. They have a 5-up invul now. They're still only T3. And then when they are elected as a target of a charge, this is probably the most annoying part, they get to move 6 inches. Like, we talked about how annoying that is. That could be so annoying. I need to charge that unit. I'm just going to move D6 inches. Oh, can't charge me now because you charged out a deep strike or something. Like, they're great for screening and things like that as well. Okay, then we have Shining Spears. They have 2 wounds each, so they didn't get any wounds upgrades. They move 16. They have a big base. They're decently priced. You know, they go in with their laser lance and shooting, which is a short range, strength 6 -4, 2 damage. Or in combat, it's +1 strength, or +3 strength if they charge. So strength 4 or strength 7, -4, 2 damage. So they have a 5-up invulnerable save. They are -1 to hit in shooting, so that keeps them alive. And they auto advance 6. You know, they're standard, and they got guns. Like, they got the underslung guns on their jet bikes, which is shuriken catapults. A lot of the times that does more damage than a lot of the other stuff they have. It's just volume of shooting, right? Which is really neat as well. Hold up. So, can the Autarch rock swooping hawk wings and a Reaper launcher? Says Marcius. So, you telling me that this might not be an illegal way to run him? I don't think you can do that loadout, but you can give an Autarch Foul Shoes wings, which is a relic, right? And then he just flies anyway. But doesn't have the specific, those ones. Shroud Runners, they are outcasts. Nice. They have scatter lasers. They have 3 wounds each, so more wounds than a Shining Spear. And they have a rifle, which they can shoot. They can make a normal move before the game starts, so they can move 16 inches before the game starts, which is actually really good. And they can pick units within 12 and make them lose the benefits of cover. And I thought that they had 6. Yep, that's it. Cool. They're just like fast-moving, outcast, biker ranger guys with lots of guns. Like, they're 3 to 6 models. Are they good? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. They do have a scatter laser, which I guess is a lot of shots, right? So they can just be like, they can really harass those like backfield objective units that your opponent is like, I'm going to use, like, I'm going to hide these little units behind here. And you're like, nope, they're all dead now. So Foul Shoes wings are on the cover, says Evan. Yeah, probably. Traveler's detachment breaks raiding force. You mean like Mario Fuentes? Yeah, so if you're taking a patrol detachment of Drukhari, I think it's every patrol has to be Drukhari. So you might not be able to get away with like getting 3 patrols and, you know, one of them being Harlequins and only having to pay 2 CP. Hey, Sindri, what's going on? Just flying around singing, hey, yeah, says Paul Jan. 100%. So then we have Woolwalkers. I love Woolwalkers. They're T6. There are 6 wounds. They have access to lots of guns. They have a 5-up invulnerable save, which is incredible, and they have advanced positions. So one of my favorite things about Warwalkers is they used to outflank. Now they can just deploy outside of your deployment zone, 9 inches away from the enemy, so you can like put like pressure on the opponent. And using Phantasm, if you need to redeploy them, you can before the game starts, depending on who goes first or second. And I think that's really, really cool. So then you have Dark Reapers. Their Reaper launcher is basically the exact same as it always has been. They're 1-shot, strength 8, minus 2, 3 damage, or 2-shot, strength 5, minus 2, 2 damage. So same thing. However, they don't ignore the penalty for moving and shooting heavy weapons unless you buy it for the Exarch, which you can. And they have a 5-up invul save. So I guess like one unit could still be really good. They are core, so they get all the cool rerolls and stuff. You could make them obsec with Malgun Ra. However, I don't think they're going to be as obnoxious as they were in the past. Real Space Raid with Harley's Traveling Players, Max Fluff Soup Rules, yeah. Nick, the Real Space Raid with Harlequins would be really, really fun. Video is blurry. That's right. You don't get all the cool stuff here. Go get your own codex. Still 3 in a unit? Yes, so 1 to 3 Warwalkers in a unit. Max KO says, so you can use a power to make a unit be able to shoot and do an action. So now, for instance, you can do R&D and then teleport to whatever quarter you need with Hawks after they shoot. No, R&D is completed at the end of your turn. You cannot... if you redeploy a unit that's doing an action or move them in any way, shape, or form, the action fails. Like, you just can't do the action. So it would allow you to do an action with a big unit of, like, Hawks and then shoot the big unit of Hawks, for example, if you wanted to. But you wouldn't be able to battle focus or redeploy, because then the action would fail. Then we have your support weapon platforms. They're still really good. They clarified it that just both models on the same, like both little guys on the same platform. And they just shoot stuff. Like Shadow Weavers is still my favorite. Strength 6, minus 2, 1 damage blast, and can shoot out of line of sight at 48 inches. They are incredibly good for backfield objective holding and zoning out the backboard. I still love support weapons. The Falcon, one of the units that got the biggest updates in this book. It is 12 wounds, it's 3 up, like it's just a regular tank. 2 things that got really good about it. The Pulse Laser is strength 9 minus 3, D3 plus 3 damage. So it has basically a Dark Lance, Bright Lance with better strength, stock. It is a transport that can carry 6 models. And it has Cloud Strike, which means it can deep strike like a transport for free, like a drop pod. And it can come in on the first battle round. And when it comes in, the units inside can get out for free. As a Drukhari player, I have to pay for my models to get out with a command point. No, Falcon shows up, can show up turn 1, and models inside can just get out. So if you have like a Fate dice for a charge roll, you could literally like Cloud Strike unit with Banshees. They get out, use a 6, like, and just like charge into something turn 1. Like the Alpha Strike potential in this Eldari book is ridiculously strong. Like so strong. And then we have the Night Spinner, which was good and got better. It is cheap, 140 points, and you're always going to pay for Crystal Targeting Matrix, so you ignore any and all modifiers to the hit roll for 10 points, so you're getting 150 points for Night Spinner, and it's 2d6 shots of 48 inches, strength 7, minus 2, 2 damage. It's minus 2, can shoot out of line of sight, doesn't care about forests, or minus 1 to hits, or nothing. And it just will nuke. You just hide it, and it just nukes things. It is so good. 2 of these, or 3 of these, are going to be in almost every competitive list. I'm telling you right now. I think I saw someone call it a drop pod. Yes, Paul. Falcons are now the Eldar drop pod. They're just a heavy support choice, so you have to use a heavy support slot for it, so it's competing with Night Spinners. But Night Spinners are amazing. Then we have the Fire Prism. If you like big guns, the Fire Prism is the tank for you. It's a focused fire. It now only has 2 modes of fire, focused and dispersed. 14 strength, heavy 2, -5, 3d, 3 shots. Use the Link Fire Stratagem to ignore invul saves and basically get like minimum 4 shots into a target. But a Fire Prism will kill big tanks. If that's like what you're worried about, you can kill big tanks, and then you can actually give it battle focus for a turn or fire and fade it to keep it alive and hidden. Like if you need to kill big stuff, Fire Prisms will be your go-to. Yeah. Yeah, they're like crazy. Wave Serpent. Man, it just gets better and better. The Wave Serpent is the best transport in the game. It is a 13 wound, toughness 7 transport, and the shield gives it a 5+ invulnerable save against ranged attacks, and a 4 every time you shoot it with a ranged attack, it has transhuman physiology. So it doesn't work in combat, but like the strongest gun in the galaxy will need a 4 to wound it while it still has a shield up, making it the most durable transport. Like quantum shielding. It literally has quantum shielding, but it's toughness 7, and it has a 5+ invul save. It's so good. Wave Serpent. I'm running 1 or 2 Wave Serpents in my lists, and they still have all the guns. There's 140 points for base 1 with twin shuriken cannon and the underslung catapult. You pay 10 points for the extra cannon, 150 points. It has 9 2 damage, strength 6 shots, and like carries 12 models, and is incredibly tough to kill. Going back to Dark Reaper, says Evan, what is the available range squad sizes for the Dark Reapers? Oh, that's a fantastic choice. It is 5. No more, no less. You may have 5 Dark Reapers in your unit. 5 will be the number, and the number that they shall count to is 5. Then we've got flyers. The Crimson Hunter, which you can make one of which an Exarch, which then makes it hit on 2s. It's a flyer. I love the fact that the Pulse Laser is now D3 plus 3 damage, and a Bright Lance is D3 plus 3 damage. So I paid like 215 points, and I was running a Crimson Hunter Exarch. They hit on 2s, rerolling ones, it's add +1 to hit roll. So hitting on 2s with 4 shots that were strength 8 or strength 9, D3 plus 3 damage, with reroll all wound rolls against something that flies. If they have the fly keyword, just reroll wound rolls. And that's it. They lost their double pivot, though, so you can only pivot once and move, like normal planes. You know, there's no AdMech plane, though. You're 5 Dark Reapers until your opponent decides otherwise. Yes, very true. It could be less than 5 very quickly if your opponent decides to not let you have 5. Then we have the Hemlock Wraithfighter. 12 wounds as well. You know, can't be turned into an Exarch, though. Does have the Heavy D Scythe and the Mind Shock Pod, so it's D6 shots each, 12 minus 4, 2 damage. They don't auto-hit anymore, so you have to roll to hit, so that's a bit of a buff. And then they have an aura. Enemy units within 12, subtract 2 from leadership. That is so good in combination with all the crazy shenanigans that we said you can do with leadership. If you like to do some leadership bomb shenanigans to kill characters and stuff with Mind War, please take a Wraithfighter. Just do it for me. Strands of Fate, Supersonic, Wraithbone Fist, Wraithbone Form. -1 damage base, so that's really good. And then Airborne, and it explodes. And it has a 1 Psychic Power, and denies 1. They know Smite, and 1 power from Runes of Battle. So, yeah, your Runes of Battle, you could do, like, whatever it is. Protect, Jinx, and you can only do the second effect, so you can only do the bad thing. So you can only affect enemy units and do terrible, horrible things to them. Cool. It is a Wraith construct, too. Ooh, nice. Last but not least, we have the Wraith Knight. So it's 22 wounds of toughness 8. 3-up save. The Scatter Shield is a 4-up invul save, if you like the Scatter Shield. And can you do where Titanic Feet Ghostglaive. The Ghostglaive can have the Sun Cannon, so you can have a 4-up invulnerable save on it, which is actually really good. You can also heal it now, which is even better. You can full back, shoot and charge, which is fine. It's -1 damage. They just have a basic 5-up invul save, just if you wanted to, and then it explodes. But then the weapons got to glow up. The Wraith Cannon, strength 16, D3 plus 6, and does D3 mortal wounds on 6s. The Sun Cannon, strength 8 -3, 3 damage blast, which is my favorite weapon, because then you keep the scatter shield. And then you can give it little guns on top of that, like scatter lasers, shuriken cannons, and star cannons if you want to give it extra guns, and it's decently priced. Hey, Dasmal Wargaming, what's going on? Nice to see you. Sorry if this has already been covered, but what are the min and max size for a unit of fire dragons? Oh, fire dragons, eh? Well, let's take a quick look-see, shall we? Fire dragones. It is 5 to 10 fire dragons in a unit. Hey, a 4++ for the old Wraith Knight. Nice, yeah. And then if you just want to use the Ghostglaive, it's got 2 different attack profiles. So it's strength 14, -4, 6 damage with 5 attacks, or -3, 2 damage, 3 hit rolls, so 15 attacks and -3, 2 damage at strength 8. So it'll go punch some stuff. I like the Sun Cannon. That Sun Cannon at 3 damage though. That's actually really good. 3 damage Sun Cannon is good. Yeah, no problem. And last but not least, the Webway Gate. It has 2 Wraithbone Arches, and you can only have one of them. Ah, sad. You can't have multiples. It is a piece of terrain with no wounds or anything. You can't target it. You can't do anything like that. You can set it up anywhere on the battlefield more than 12 inches away from the enemy deployment zone, and both the arches must be set up within 3 inches of each other. So the 2 arches have to be within 3 inches of each other. So you can get really creative with how to put it down. You can put them like this. You can put them like this. You can put them like this, like the same way. You can like put them like this or like this. Like you can do however you want to put them. Just they have to be within 3 inches of each other. So I've been doing like this and then pushing them together to lock them to make sure that it's a very, very small footprint. Will that be FAQ'd or addressed? Probably. But it has a couple of rules. Number 1, if your army includes this unit and you're using strategic reserves, you can halve the command points required to place Eldari units into reserve, rounding fractions down. So 0 to 9 command points in strategic reserve is 0 command points. Sorry, 0 to 9, 1 to 9 power level would be 0 command points. 18 power level would be 1 command point, and then so on and so forth. So I've been using up to 18 power level in strategic reserve for a single command point thanks to my Webway Gate. And then Webway Strike is the rule. So when your units arrive from strategic reserve, Eldari units, you can choose to set them up anywhere on the battlefield, wholly within 6 of both of the Wraithbone Archers. If you do so, they can be set up within 9 inches of enemy models and set up within engagement range of enemy models. And they count as having made a charge move if you do it that way. And your opponent can't interact with the Webway Gate. It is so strong. It's a terrain feature that is an obstacle that gives the light cover, heavy cover, unstable, and inspiring Eldari traits. So +1 leadership, heavy cover, light cover, and it's an obstacle. Like it's just so good. So good. Hee. Arches, McDonald's drive-through Webway Gate, 100%. I totally agree with about the wave server being the best transport. Yep, 100%. Putting the Webway Gate together like a maypole, from what I've heard. Yeah, you can literally like it's I like it because it means you can place it and actually take it. So I've played 2 games. I played my Webway Gate twice, and I love it. I can't wait to put it into my Drukhari army as well to do some shenanigans with the Drukhari, because it has the Eldari, Azuriani, Harlequins, and Drukhari keywords. So why not? And it is a terrain feature. Okay, Harlequins, Troop Master. Lots of attacks, 6 attacks. He has the Harlequin's Panoply, Luck of the Laughing God, Rising Crescendo, so -1 to hit, like all the time. Can advance and charge, do some crazy stuff or whatever. Can have the keywords for the different things, and reroll hit rolls of 1 aura, plus all the extra like pivotal rolls and all the crazy stuff you can do to make them kind of nuts. Shadow Seer knows can manifest 2 powers, knows 2 powers from Phantasmacy and Smite. He's got the Panoply, Luck, and Rising Crescendo, and he has Shield from Harm. So any core unit within 6 or character is -1 to wound, so that now affects the jet bikes as well, just standard, which is really, really good. It's not just infantry anymore. And that's the Shadow Seer, just your standard caster. Worth buying for a read and curiosity? Absolutely, 100%. Putting the Webway Gates together, yeah, like it's got some good lore and stuff in the front too. A troop. They forgot the core keyword apparently, but they're going to fix that. Can go from 5 to 12 models again still. Light, dark, twilight, however you run them, it's going to change how you kind of play them. You can only have 2 fusion guns in a unit now. But then, of course, the Blade, the Caress, the Embrace, and the Kiss have the same weapon stats, which makes it very simple for close combat. I really like that a lot. But Harlequins are all about their crazy strats and abilities and psychic powers and just stuff that's going to make the unit kind of wacky and crazy. The Death Jester. It's a Shrieker Cannon. Is 3 shots, strength 6, -2 damage, and can snipe stuff. Nice. Not that that really matters too much with so much bodyguard going around, but sure. Each model that is destroyed by an attack made by this model counts as 2 in the morale phase, so that's really neat when combined with like the laughing thingy that you can stop them from like using the insanely courageous stratagem, yeah, sort of thing. Utility, like that's what the Death Jester does. Solitaire is still the beast that he always was. +2, -3, 2 damage. He has a 3-up invulnerable save. He has Luck of the Laughing God, so you can re-roll that save like as many times as you have luck dice, which is crazy. You can never give him a Relic or Warlord Traits, which is pretty standard. And you can Blitz. So add 2d6 to the move and add 2 to the model's attacks instead of making a normal move. So you can't advance instead of that. It's just like a normal move, 12 inches plus 2d6, 10 attacks. Just go in, potentially more attacks if you have you've taken a wound and can use the Tears of Isha or whatever it's called or whatnot. Evan says, the Webway Portal is a return to 3rd edition Dark Eldar. I think it makes chunky guys like the Avatar worth it. Yeah, or like Grotesques in a Webway Gate or Incubi on foot. You don't have to buy the transport for them, Like, there's a lot of things you can do. I think Eldar, like, my Wraith Blades were really benefiting from it, which I really liked. Skyweavers, 3 wounds each, 4-up invul. They have Luck, Rising Crescendo. They don't have the Panoply, though. They have a 4-up invul save. They have -1 to hit in melee, and every time an attack is made against this unit, you cannot reroll hit rolls, so you can't reroll hit rolls against that unit, which is actually really strong. And Ride the Wind, they can advance 6, so they move 22 inches. The Haywire Cannon has changed. I don't think it's as useful as it used to be. I think you're going to go for Shuriken Cannons nowadays. And then the Zephyr Glaive is about what it used to be. Yeah, although losing reroll all wound rolls means, who knows, the Star Bowlers are now like a weapon that you can shoot instead of a one-shot grenade. So, are you going to see lots of Star Weavers? Probably not. You're probably going to see Skyweavers, sorry. Probably going to see 1 unit of 5 as like more of a harassment unit. But I could see most people running troops if you just want to run troops, or as a added detachment on the side. The unit that did get a big boost is the Voidweaver, because its Prismatic Cannon became, 2d3 damage, heavy 2 strength, 12 -4. Like, it got a big boost there, which I really, really like. The Haywire Cannon's like, meh, whatever. It has a 4-up invul. It has Auto Advance 6, so you can move 22 if you want. Each time you you attack this unit, close combat, and in shooting, -1 to hit, and the hit roll cannot be re-rolled. Very powerful. to try keep the unit alive with 6 wounds on each one, and a unit of up to 3, and they're not that expensive. Like 2 to 3 of them in a unit can put like an incredible amount of firepower down to support your Harlequins. It's nice to see them finally be sort of like relevant and useful again. The Starweaver's the transport, 80 points for the transport, still 6 wounds. It carries 6 models. You know, it's open top, so you can shoot out of it. 4-up invul. You know, it advances auto 6, right? So 22-inch advance. Same Mirage launchers, so -1 to hit. You cannot reroll hit rolls against it, which is like actually like mathematically that makes it very hard to take these down. And you know, that's it. They don't have Rising Crescendo though, like you know, none of the vehicles do, which is normal. Then we have the Ynnari characters. Yvraine, she can now cast 2 powers, or she used to cast 2. She now is 2 powers and denies 2. Knows Smite and 2 powers from Revenant. She has a 4-up invul save, and she's transhuman, so you can never wound her on better than a 4+. She can still heal when stuff dies around her, and then she can just re-roll psychic tests now, which is makes her really reliable. She has 5 wounds. She has a 4-up invul. She has a couple of attacks, so 4 attacks with Strength 4, -3, 2 damage. Unmodified hits of 6. Just hitting on a 6 does 2 mortal wounds instead of normal damage. So she can do some mortals in combat. The Vizark is a bodyguard for Cat Lady, which is really good. Has battle focus, has Strands of Fate, right? So they have the Fate dice as well, which is really, really neat. They have a Force Shield. They have... he can gain attacks when he kills characters, the same as before. Ynnari core units can reroll hit rolls of 1 around him, but that's also in shooting. So he's like an autarch, which is really neat. And he has a strength 5, -4, 2 damage with 5 attacks. On a wound roll of a 4+, you can't take invulnerable saving throws against this attack. Really useful into a lot of the meta right now that has like a lot of invul saves, so that's really good. 7 power is up. What a fun character. Oh yeah, Yvraine, 100%. One of the most iconic, fun characters in the 40k universe. Then we have the Incarn. 13 power, so 12 wounds. Not as like tanky as the Avatar. Can still jump around when things die. Has a shooting attack now, which is 2 damage. -2. Assault D6, strength 7. And it's like a flamer. It's like that hits every unit within 6, which is really cool. Can manifest 2 powers and deny 2 powers, and knows all of the psychic powers from the Revenant discipline. The Yvraine just knows 2 of the psychic powers from Revenant discipline. The Incarn knows all of them. So he's a lore master. That's different. Core units within 12 ignore modifiers to attrition. Half damage and a 4-up invul save. You can then inevitable death. Yep, cool. And then the Sword of Souls can ignore invuls at D3 +3 +4, so strength 13. No, strength 11. Yeah, strength 11 -4 at 6 attacks, or 2 attacks each at -4, 1 damage. So that would be 12 attacks. So you've got the sweep. You got the piercing strike, which is really, really good. That ignores invuls. So go kill some big stuff. And there you have it, folks. That is the entirety of the Eldar, Harlequin, and Ynnari Codex. I am super excited about playing with this rule set. I've played 2 games so far, and as I promised, I'm going to give you the list that I have been using, or a list that's very similar to the one I've been using. And hopefully you can use some of this as well in terms of some use and whatnot. So let's take a quick look at it. So you can jot this down. I've played a couple of games with lists similar to this, and it's not like what you've seen, but it plays the missions really well. So let me know what you think with a comment down below. It's been 4 hours. A huge shout out to everybody who's been watching. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the Patreons. Thank you to the Denizen community on Patreon. I get to do this. And I know, like, you know, it's like a broken record. But without them, I couldn't do what I do. So I appreciate every single one of the Patreons highly. Thank you very much. And thank you for watching and hanging out with me and all that stuff. For all the support, liking, sharing, subscribing, leaving a comment, signal boosting, sharing the content elsewhere. You know, it really helps the channel as well. So, Farseer, Spirit Seer, Karandras, 20 Guardian Defenders, 2 units of 5 Rangers, 6 Dire Avengers with Stand Firm, 6 more Dire Avengers, with double cannon on the Exarch, 10 Scorpions with the Biting Blade and Crushing Blows on the Exarch, 5 Wraith Blades with Action Shield, 5 Wraith Blades with Action Shield, 1 Wave Serpent and 2 Wave Serpents with 3 cannons, well, twin cannon and then a cannon, a Crimson Hunter with 2 lances and swooping evasion, and a Webway Gate. That's 1999, which is, you know, the exciting times. Other than that, I hope you enjoyed this video today. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with me. If you like the content, leave me a comment, like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm going to go to bed, and I hope this was useful and inspired you to create some cool content. Share with a friend who loves Eldar, because, you know, they're going to love all the information, and hopefully they can learn or glean a thing or two from our chat today. Other than that, thanks a lot for tuning in, everybody. I'm Skari, your grateful host, signing off until next time. Skari out. The not-so-dark kin. Bye, everybody.